What the fuck? That's ridiculous. Phil's balls jarred up. Anyway, it's great. Anyway, you don't have to scratch my balls to smell. I have a jar of ball scent, of course, that I smell all the time. Phil's balls. Anyway, it's great. Anyway, look what happened. Anyway, it's great. Anyway, look what happened. And the game decides, oh, you're slightly off. No! Wait, look what happened. How? Oh, no! Oh! What the fuck? Nothing I can do. Today, hopefully you're doing well and you're ready for some fun Q&A and Ask the King. Haven't done one of these in over 2 months, so happy to be returning back for the Q&A session. As you know, every 2 months I answer your questions, whether they were submitted on my forums, thekingofhate.com, whether I answer them from Twitter, or sometimes we take some live questions. I'm going to be honest with all of you. I don't know how long this show is going to be. And I'm going to talk about this when the show officially starts, when we're out of pre-stream, but didn't get a lot of questions this time. I would say probably a tie for like the least questions I've ever gotten submitted. And you know, this makes me kind of wonder if the show is still pertinent. A lot of people say they love Ask the King. It's one of my longest running shows I've ever done. But it seems like every day we do Q&A on live stream. So it's kind of hard to, quite frankly, it's kind of hard to justify the show. You know what I mean? Like, people seem to say that they open up the cars when they roll by. I only get like 20 questions.
Are you a functional retard? I have to
ask. Half of which are questions that I've already answered a million times. You see what I mean? So we'll see. You know, I try to do my best. I tried to really, you know, weed out the questions that I felt weren't going to be great, or things that I've answered a ton, and try to pick questions that maybe there'll be newer answers, or maybe things that are more pertinent to now, I guess. I guess we'll see how the show goes, all right? So, this is Ask the King, folks. Today is Thursday, July 9th, 2020. Thank you for anyone who did submit questions, everyone who's been a little patient. As you know, my stream usually starts way earlier than this, but since we're not doing gameplay, I had to sit down, review the questions, do the setup for everything, and we're ready to go now. So we're going to do a brief pre-stream, and I mean that. It's not going to be a long pre-stream here. It's going to be a brief one. And then we're going to get started with the show. The way it's going to go is, as usual, I'll answer the forum question first. Then I'll jump to the Twitter questions. We'll do some shout-outs for patrons. And depending on how much time is left, we'll do some open Q&A at the end of the show. I always allot roughly 3 hours for the show. Sometimes it goes extra long, but the last few episodes have been quite short. And I get the feeling today might be short again, depending on the questions that I got. But maybe not. Maybe people will come up with questions. I'm not sure, okay? We'll see how today goes, and we'll go from there. All right? So, Ask the King right now. At the latest, it'll run till 4 p.m., but it may end early. We'll see. When I finish Ask the King, I upload all the parts to my YouTube channel, The King of Hate Vlogs, which is my vlogging channel. So you can watch it on demand if you cannot be here for the entirety of the stream. Later tonight, I am doing gameplay. It's the return of Animal Crossing. I played this on Sunday night and had a ton of fun with it because of the new content they've added. Diving under the water to grab new sea creatures and crafting items. I got a bunch of new ones, had a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to more tonight. Hope you guys will join me for some chill streaming tonight around 6:45 p.m. Tomorrow, it's the new release. Thank goodness we get a fun new release tomorrow in Deadly Premonition 2 on the Switch. Excited for that. Hope you guys are too. Deadly Premonition is a very cool game that I played 7 years ago. A murder mystery where there was supernatural elements. You were killing monster zombies, and there was a killer who was sneaking around. You had to hide from him or else he would insta-kill you. It was an ongoing like investigation mystery plot line with a lot of quirky, weird stuff in it
now, this
that I enjoyed.
me.
Had a lot of comparisons to the TV show Twin Peaks at the time. Well, the sequel is going to be coming out tomorrow. I'm excited for this. It's apparently about 20 hours long, so we're going to be playing this as the playthrough all weekend long. I hope you guys will join me for a cool, murder mystery style game, and we'll see how it goes. It should be fun over the course of the weekend. Friday night, it's my weekly throwback Street Fighter session. 2 hours of old school Street Fighter fun tomorrow night. Hope you'll join me for that. Then on Saturday, more Deadly Premonition 2 and more Fire Emblem 3 Houses on the late stream. Sunday, it's going to be more Deadly Premonition 2, and I'm thinking I'll bring back Morrowind for a late night chill stream, which I haven't done now in many weeks. It should be fun to do a cool chill stream, all right, of Morrowind on Sunday night. Then on Monday, more than likely, even more Deadly Premonition 2, and probably more Fire Emblem. And that's probably going to end our streaming week. Coming up next week, keep in mind, the conclusion of Deadly Premonition 2, paired with 2 new releases. That's right. Excuse me. Keep in mind, next week we're going to have both Ghost of Tsushima and Paper Mario and the Origami King coming out. So it's going to be 2 new releases to balance with everything else starting next week, which should be fun. It's Tevin's fault. Okay. So a few things. First of all, guys, Viewer's Choice event is still a go. You guys still need to keep nominating games for the Viewer's Choice event. Please keep doing so by typing ! Viewer's Choice into the stream chat, or just waiting every 15 minutes or so.
There's a sick motherfucker on the internet called Super Hound, whatever the fuck this idiot's name is.
The more nominated a game is, the bigger chance it will get into the final poll and become a playthrough here on the streams. All right? Please nominate games. Now, we have a Tier 2 subscriber goal this month, as you can see at the top of your screens. This subscriber goal is set up so that if we hit it, it's not
Super
one but
Hound's
2
fault.
games will be played as a special Viewer's Choice event. It'll actually be the top 2 games in the polls that are coming later this month. So, if you have not subscribed yet to the channel, I
Hint.
very, very conservatively suggest that you do. What do you get for subscribing? Number 1, you get over 40 emotes. I have some of the most emotes of any stream on Twitch, which is crazy, I know, because I'm not a giant channel, but I just do. I need that money. I really do. I need that money. How long you've been a supporter.
Pay my bills.
And in addition to all of that, you will not have to watch advertisements when I run them on my streams here. So many benefits to being a sub. Please either consider subscribing yourself or maybe gifting a sub to someone if you'd like to see the Tier 2 sub goal happen this month and get double Viewer's Choice event. 2 games. All right? Ladies and gentlemen, today we're doing something different. You may notice something different going on the stream if you're here live. If you're here on YouTube, you're not seeing it at all. But if you click on the Penne Points or Channel Points section of your stream chats, you will notice there is a poll. This is something that I've never done before. And this was suggested to me by Polish Frog. I'm actually going to say in advance here, thank you to that, because I didn't even know this existed. This is a new way to implement your channel points. Okay? What does it mean? It means that If you watch my streams frequently, you accumulate channel points, or we call them penne points here. All right? I'm going to do this once a day moving forward. Are you a functional retard? It allows you to vote on what vest you'd like to see me wear that day if I hit the tip skull for each stream. Okay? Because every day I say, all right, what vest should I put on? And then people kind of argue about it for a bit, and it's hard to figure out exactly, you know, what I should put on. So the most frequent viewers of my channel will be able to use their penne points to vote on what vest I will wear for that day. So just to give you guys an example, you can vote, I believe the lowest amount of penne points that you can vote for it is like a couple hundred, and you can vote up to 2,000. All right, up to 2,000 penne points. And wow, well, it just ended. I brought it up, a bunch of people saw it, voted, and now it ended. Yeah. All right, so here's the deal. Here's how it works. Every day people are going to be able to vote with their penne points to determine what vest I will wear for that day. Okay? And whatever color fills up first will be the winner. So the options right now are beige, blue, and platinum. Well, guess what? I just mentioned it. A bunch of people went over there and voted 2,000 points each, and we just hit the platinum goal. What this is telling me is I need to do it higher. Like I set it up, I think it was 25,000 penne points per vest color. And if we're hitting it the moment I mention it, obviously that was too early. So I think what I need to do is raise it tomorrow. When I do it, I'll probably put it up to maybe like 40,000 or something like that. 40,000 penne points. So right now, it's official. Today, if and when we hit the tips goal, I'll put on the platinum vest for today. Okay? That's how this is going to work. Now, I'm not sure how to do it in regards to, like, can I do it per stream? I'm not sure. This is the first day I'm messing with it. So here's what I'm going to do. Mark as complete. I marked it as complete. Today is going to be platinum, and I'm going to end. Shit. What? Wait, extend? Oh, I don't want to extend. Okay, I'm going to delete these. Here we go. Delete. So once, basically, when these are running, once one of them fills up, that's the winner for the day. All right. And then I'll delete the other two so people won't waste their penne points voting on one that there's no chance that it's going to win.
Do you want to play the fucking game?
There you go. The winner for today is platinum. There you go. And now they should be gone, right? Yeah, now they're gone because I deleted the two that you could still vote on, and the platinum filled up and won, so the platinum is the winner for the day. Okay? And that's it. They're gone now. Once that happens, they get removed from the channel, and we go back to kind of normal business. All right? So this is going to happen every day. What I'm going to do is to remember to set this up at the beginning of every stream. So when the pre-stream starts, I'll mention it, and you guys can start using your penne points to vote on a vest for that day. And when one wins, that's the winner. So today, I'll be putting on the platinum vest on this stream and on the night stream. Tomorrow, maybe a different color will win out. I don't know. We'll see how this goes. Okay? Interesting. This is very interesting, the way this is working. So, all right. So that's the deal. A new thing we're implementing. People keep asking me, how can I implement more channel point things? Here's another way. Okay? Every day we can have people voting on the color of vest. Sound good? I hope so. All right. So, Ask the King, followed by Animal Crossing. Tomorrow, the premiere of Deadly Premonition 2, and then Street Fighter. And then Deadly Premonition 2 all weekend, balanced with chill streaming at night. Good stuff, right? In reality, guys, I don't have anything else to talk about. So what we're going to do is we're going to go right to shout-outs. I'm going to start shouting out and updating the leaderboards. And then we're going to get started with the show. All right, so let's see here. We actually start off the first contribution today. Is from Darkside Phil from 2010. Subscribe to the channel. And then did a 100-bit cheer and said, cheer 100. I'm here from the past. All right, so Darkside Phil from 2010. Hello. Has done a 100-bit cheer. Thank you very much, Darkside Phil from 2010 for a 100-bit cheer. Honest Fan has resubscribed to the channel for 8 months and says, love the new outlook, Phil. Keep it up. Thank you, Honest Fan. Appreciate this ongoing support. Chunky Jack 301 giving $3. How's it going? Oh, it's going good. All right, it's going good. I love doing Ask the King, although admittedly today I'll be honest with you guys because you know I'm an honest guy. I was disheartened a bit because you guys keep telling me you want Ask the King, and I went to check the questions. I was like, wow, there's like almost no questions. And most of the questions, admittedly, were things I answer all the time, or it's like, will you play this game? Well, will you play this game is not a good question for Ask the King. That's like a 2-second answer, you know? So, to me, all right, I love interacting with you guys every day. I love talking with you guys on the streams, all right? I absolutely love the social aspect of my streaming and how it's changed over the years and everything. But I don't know what to tell you guys in regards to, you know, the show. People want it, but it doesn't seem people are posting up questions, you know? Yeah, I don't know what else to say. You got to post up questions if you want it to continue. Please do. You know, the forum is already up. The forum post for the next episode, which will take place sometime in September. I believe it's September 10th. So, you know, please post up. And again, when I ask for Twitter questions, post them up there. You know, the more, the better. It's tougher to do this show when there's not as many questions. So it is what it is. We'll see how the show goes today. All right. Rad Rob, to me, $4.20. That's the top tip so far today. So let's get Rad Rob up here on the leaderboard. By the way, I will say this, guys. If you are planning on contributing and you want to either contribute to the tips goal or you want to maybe get a question answered, if you contribute now on the pre-stream, I'll give you a shout-out and answer your question. But once the show starts, it's more about answering the forum and Twitter questions before I get to shout-outs for contributions. So if you want to get a question in now, do it now. Or maybe wait till the end of the show when I'll kind of get caught up on contributions, okay? That's always how it is for Ask the King. A little different than my normal gameplay streams. Okay, so Rad Rob, to me, $4.20.
I don't have money to do it. I used to watch all your stuff. I don't have money to do it. I don't have money to do it. I don't have money to do it.
I recently rediscovered your content. I'm 21 now, and I hope you're doing good. Well, it's interesting because you say you were 11 and 12 around 2012 and 2013. Now you're 21. So in the past 8 years, you aged 10 years. Wow. That is actually amazing. You might want to contact some officials and let them know about this. This might be a scientific breakthrough. You may actually become filthy rich. I'm just saying. All right, obviously, I'm just teasing you. But anyway, I understand what you're saying. I am doing well, and you're not the first person. In fact, recently, more than a few people have kind of come out and said, yeah, you know, when you started, I was a younger
Are you a
teen
functional
or whatever.
retard?
I started watching your stuff on YouTube, and, you know, I didn't necessarily follow your entire YouTube career as a content creator, but, you know, I come back to recently, and I realize you're a full-time streamer, and I come back to watch your stuff now. You know, it's pretty amazing that I'm still going. You're supposed to be following the game, following the fun gameplay, and chilling and relaxing with me. I do my best. I love it. You know, first of all, I wouldn't do this if I didn't love it. That's the truth of the matter, is that I love games. I love sharing my gameplay experiences with all of you guys. The past few years, things have been getting better for me in regards to becoming an interactive streamer. I like coming to the streams and coming to work way more than I used to when I was just a on-demand YouTuber. I really do. I enjoy doing this a lot. And even though admittedly it's a little different because there's a set schedule because I'm doing it live, I enjoy our interactivity in our streams way more than I ever enjoyed doing the on-demand videos that I did back in the day, you know, offline behind-the-scenes stuff, you know. And, you know, things are, for me at least, in my life here, starting to get better. And I hope that we follow on that positive trend. I hope that things behind the scenes in my personal life continue to get better, which they very well may. And if they do, we might see some positive improvements on the streams coming up later this year and stuff. You know, I'm excited for this stuff. I hope you guys are too. All right? But thank you, Rad Rob, for the support and that message. Milky Moobs, subscribe for 8 months, says, love you, Phil. Well, thank you so much, Milky Moobs. Darkside Phil from 2010 did 100-bit cheers. So I'm surprised Ask the King's still around. Wow. Yeah, and I am too. Not because I don't think there's people who are interested, but more like because every day is an interactive stream where I answer everyone's questions. So why a Q&A show has survived so long, it's basically more than a decade now, I have no idea, yet people want it, so I'll keep doing it. Ryan did a 50-bit cheers. Says, sorry I forgot to put my question up over the weekend. I really do enjoy Ask the King. I get the feeling a lot of people forgot to put their questions up because I actually saw a few people running to Twitter to try to get their questions up like last minute. But I did see your question on Twitter, Ryan, so no worries. N-word to me $1. N-word, get it? Trying to be a racist. And he says, when was the last time you saw a $2 bill in real life? Any notable incidents about them from your time in retail? I do remember coming across a $2 bill many times during the course of my retail stints back in the day when I used to work fast food at a health food store that had like salads and frozen yogurt.
It's Tevin's fault.
Later on, when I worked at like Circuit City, I don't recall ever coming across a $2 bill when I worked at Best Buy, but I remember multiple times when I worked at the health food store. It's called Everything Yogurt and Salad Cafe. I remember coming across a $2 bill and looking at it like, is this shit real? You know? I guess there are real $2 bills that are legal currency, but they're incredibly rare at this point. So, I mean, we're talking 20 years ago when I saw them in person. So who knows if they're even legal tender anymore? I don't know. But, no, I don't really have any stories or anything. Just, I have come across them before. Okay? Golden Colts Cheers says, I'm watching an early copy of DP2.
I don't have money to do it. 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 I don't have money to do it.
That's not alarming. You want to know why? This is funny. Deadly Premonition 1 ran exactly the same way on PlayStation 3. I'm not kidding you. Go watch the playthrough. The game is choppy as hell. It runs very poorly on PlayStation 3. And that was my major criticism of the game when I played it was, man, if this game just was more optimized and ran better, it would actually be a really outstanding game. But it ran like shit. So it sounds to me like the sequel is exactly the same. Only now it's because it's running on the Switch. Pretty great. So I guess we'll find out. Starting tomorrow. Very nice. See, Zebra says, it runs terribly with tons of bugs and bad graphics, which is perfect for this game. I mean, yeah. If you, again, I urge you guys, if you really want to see what I'm going to be doing this weekend, you got to go watch the first playthrough if you haven't seen it. That game was so weird, so quirky, such a weird mystery game with these weird gameplay elements and then fucking bad graphics. It was just like the perfect storm of weird shit that it was super entertaining. Like, I remember it being so entertaining for some right and some wrong reasons, but it was really good. So, in reality, if this were any other new game, I might be pissed. But I think I might not be so pissed with this one. The first one was exactly the same. So, alright, guess what, guys? We really don't have much else to talk about here. Let's do shout-outs, I guess. For the top cheers of the week. RPG Fan is in 10th place. Lice for Soul is in 9th. We got a tie for 7th between Carlton Jr. 3 and Timbo Slice GB. Crapcock is in 6th. Tie for 4th between Only Iced Coffee and Yoshino Lover there in 4th place. Young Kaba is 3rd. Big Disgusting Belch in 2nd. Oh, excuse me. It's actually Shadow the Hedgehog 302 in 2nd. And Awesomeness Kaboom in 1st. Thank you for those cheers so far this week. Also, thank you to the following people who gifted subscriptions. We got Ultimate Cloud 7, AJ the DJ 747, Mature Adult with Biz Degree and Pizza Pasta 1980. Each all gifted a serious love for the channel. Shia LaBeouf gifted 6 subscriptions to the channel this week. And Only Iced Coffee gifted 7 subscriptions to the channel this week. Alright, so before we start, everybody, real quick, number one, again, reminder, if you're going to contribute, please understand that once I start answering questions on Ask the King, it's about answering the questions I have, not about answering random questions on the fly from contributors. I am going to do that, but it's going to be later on in the show. Please understand I'm going to go through the forum questions, Twitter questions, all that goes first, and then later on in the show, I'll take my time to go back to contributions and things like that, and even open questions from the chat and things like that, okay? That's a certain set order we do things. That's why I urged you guys to contribute early if you wanted to get your question answered before I started. All right. Now, in addition to that, ladies and gentlemen, yes, this is going to be a stream where we have the tips goal running, and we're going to have the vest streak on the line, as always. I know it's not a gameplay stream. I know it's a shorter stream than my regular streams, but it's still going to happen the same way. All right. We're currently at $8 in tips, thanks to everyone who contributed. And since we use this new channel challenges system, we've already determined that I'm going to be wearing the platinum vest if we hit the tips goal today. Okay? So we'll see what happens over the course of the stream. But I will urge you guys right now, if you're going to contribute sooner rather than later. Because if we get to the end of the show and we're at a low tips goal, people are going to start freaking out. And by the way, I'm not going to extend the stream. I'm not going to stick around with no questions to answer if we haven't hit the tips goal. And so if the tips goal ends...
Oh, no! No! Papa Vera!
It ends today.
Oh, fucking shit.
Fine. Again, I keep telling you guys, I am super grateful for the last 4 freaking months that you guys have supported every stream. We hit the tips goal every single freaking stream. It's outstanding. It's amazing. I can't believe we did it. It looks like today we're going to be halfway to the next festival celebration if we hit the tips goals, which is amazing. I got some fun stuff planned for that. But if it ends today, it ends today, and I'm okay with that. All right? And would I be sad if it ended? Absolutely. Would everyone be sad? Probably. It's been a crazy positive thing. People can't believe it's lasted so long. The haters are so upset that I'm having success in 2020. But it is what it is. At some point, it has to end. So if today's the day that it ends, today's the day that it ends. All right, guys? Atlas Telemon just cheered. He says, Ask the King's epic and should never end. I listen to Atlas Telemon. I love the show. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I love Ask the King. This is a show where I get to just sit down and talk and answer your questions. I love doing that. But it goes hand in hand with people asking the questions. And that's the problem, is there were so few people who asked questions this time. And half the questions were just reiterations of things I mention every day, that it's getting tougher to do the show. Let's put it that way. And even, I extended, remember I used to do this every month, then I made it every 2 months. Now it's like every 2.5 months. And there's still not enough questions. So I get the feeling most people are out of the whole on-demand YouTube format deal. They come to my streams live if they want to talk or ask a question. And so, I do love doing it, but definitely we got to get more people involved. Right now, like I said, there is a forum thread already to set up questions for the next show. And people can start asking immediately. Of course, I'm sure they're going to ask live on the stream today before they post up for the next show. But you see what I'm saying? Okay. Well, guys, I think we're good to go. I think we're ready to start. I wasn't going to start till 1, but I really don't... There's no more shout-outs to do. No more contributions coming in. So I think that we can kind of swap over and to get started here. Are you guys ready? By the way, I've officially retired the cowboy hat. I will never wear it again. Instead, I'm going to be wearing a astronaut's helmet during Ask the King starting today. It's a brand new thing I'm going to be doing. So we'll see how this goes, too. I don't know how you're going to hear me. We'll have to find out. Of course. All right. I guess it's time to start, everyone. Thanks. Let's end the pre-stream. People are freaking out. No! Boo! No, don't do it. Don't do it. Yes, because I really have an astronaut's helmet sitting around in the office, of course. How did you know? An authentic astronaut's helmet sitting around in here. Oh, my goodness. Insomniatic Me just resubscribed for 42 months. Thank you, Insomniatic Me, for such a long
Are you a functional retard? I have to ask.
Sir. All right. I think it's time to get started. Shit.
Mail, motherfucker.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
I'm Phil here. Welcome.
I'm Japanese.
It's the latest edition of Ask the King, and welcome to a bar that is completely not centered. There you go. I fixed it. Welcome to Ask the King, everyone. This is episode 82. That's right. I've done 82 of these things over the past almost decade, I believe. This show has been running. This is the show where I answer your questions, whether you submitted them on my forums at thekingofhate.com, whether you posted them up over on my Twitter at TheyCallMeDSP, whether you asked them live via contributions here today on the stream, or whether you just ask them and toss them out in the stream chat later on when I open the stream chat up to that possibility. This is where I am here to interact with you and give you all the burning answers to the answers to the burning questions that you've been asking. That sounds a little better. So a few things before we get started here. First of all, thanks to everyone who posted up a question. I really appreciate that, those who go out of their way. I've questioned the validity of this show over the past year, asking if we really still need to do it, because I am now an interactive streamer and have been for 3 years, and basically I answer people's questions constantly on every stream. And I'm wondering, what's the point of a Q&A show when my stream has constant Q&A going on during it? But every time that I kind of suggest that this is the end of the show, people go, no, it's one of your longest running things. You got to keep it going, Phil, especially because over the past few years, you stopped with the weekend preview and the channel updates and things like that. And we really like it because this is like a nostalgia trip for us when we do Ask the King. So I said, okay, I'll keep doing it as long as people keep saying that they want it. But I'm going to be very honest with all of you. I said this to the people on pre-stream, and I'll say it now for the on-demand viewers on YouTube as well. This was a rough one. This time around, I didn't get many varied questions at all. I got a lot of questions that are things I usually answer every day on stream anyway. And quite honestly, a lot of the questions that I got were jokes, like people kind of trolling. I did get some good questions, but not a lot, to the point where it was hard to put together a show based on answering questions when a lot of people tell me, oh, I forgot to post up my question. You see what I'm saying? And the last week, 2 weeks, I've actually had it in the stream chat and everything running, and I think a lot of people are apprehensive to post up questions because of the forums. I mean, I can't imagine why you don't use forums, like there's some horrid thing or something. Also, I accept them on Twitter, as you guys know. Another thing I should point out, because I don't mention it much anymore, if you're a patron of mine, and you're at the $20 patron level, the perk that you get is you get your question answered in detail and in full here on Ask the King, guaranteed. You get a full-on, you know what I mean, answer. A lot of people are like, well, how is that better than just, like, say, cheering during a stream and getting a question answered? When you ask me a question on a stream, typically I'll take a minute to answer it, and I move on to the next question or the next piece of gameplay. When you ask me a question on Ask the King, I take my time to answer your questions. I get fully thought-out answers, and it's, you know, a lot better than, say, just being glossed over on a regular stream where I got to get to gameplay. So that's what the benefit is. If you're interested in my Patreon, it's patreon.com/DarkSidePhil. We actually hadn't had a patron ask a question in months. This time we finally got one. So we're actually going to be going through a patron question today on the show, okay? But that's what I mean. Like, even between Patreon, my forums, thekingof8.com, and Twitter, it was still hard to put together enough good questions to do the show. So again, I kind of went, I think it was around a year ago where I kind of got to the point where I was questioning whether the show should still exist. I'm kind of questioning whether the show should still exist. If you want to see it continue, I urge you, post up questions for the show. Participate in the show. The more participation I get, the better the show is. It's not like, you know, trying to scrape by enough questions to put a show together. And being honest with you guys, this may end up being a much shorter show than usual because I don't have a lot to work with. You know what I mean? I'm okay with that. But again, I don't want to be wasting everyone's time. If I could have been doing gameplay or something today, so be it, you know. So let's see how the show goes. I am going to be asking, you know, questions from those on the stream and everything as well. Now, another thing.
You want to play the fucking game?
I said this before I started recording for YouTube, but I'll say it again for those who are live, all right? Ask the King is based on me answering questions that have already been submitted and then, you know, live interaction. If you contribute during the stream, thank you very much. And, of course, we are still trying to hit the vest streak for today and hit a tips goal for today. I'm going to give you guys shout-outs for your contributions, but you got to be a little patient because I'm going to be answering questions from the forums and Twitter. I'm not going to interrupt those to give shout-outs randomly, okay? If I can wedge answers in between for shout-outs for contributions, I'll do it. But outside of that, I'm going to be primarily focusing on these questions once I get to them. Please understand that, all right? All right, so let's do a few quick shout-outs, and then we'll get to the questions. Spartan King cheers, and Derek says he's ready for Ask the King, and he posted some questions on forum and Twitter, and the next one is in September. Yes. Early September. I want to say it's September 10th. It's really going to be more dependent on what new releases are coming out in September, which we don't know yet, but we'll see. It's going to be early September. Snorlax cheers, said, Phil, maybe for a future vest streak or sub goal, the fans can vote for a past playthrough or video series you backed up that was deleted to be re-uploaded. Maybe, except I might not have it. You know, I mean, number one, we're relying on these backup hard drives that I've used for a decade still working, which I don't know, I haven't plugged them in years. And number two, that those files are still going to be working properly, didn't corrupt. You know, there's a lot of factors involved. One thing that people were saying is maybe older game playthroughs that have been deleted, like, for example, Final Fantasy 13. That's a playthrough that people really like. It's gone. Maybe I could go back and replay that game in the modern era with direct capture. That's a possibility. But we'll see. Thanks for the suggestion. Ultimate Cloud did a 100-bit cheer and said, please ban They Call Me Jim Bob. He's been late 2 days in a row. All right. I guys got to, hold on, guys. Give me a second. We'll get to the questions. I got to ban Jim Bob. Here we go. Ready? And gone. Okay, Jim Bob's permanently banned. He'll never come back. Yeah, right.
Special delivery.
Jean-Paul Gaultier has been out there for 4 months. As BC goes back, hope this helps in a small way towards the tax situation. Right now, I don't know what the tax situation is. We're going to find out, but thanks for the contribution. Okay. It is time to get to the questions. We're going to start with a question from a patron and a longtime supporter, Planet Jeff. And he asks the following question. Is there a way that you could post your tentative long-term schedule somewhere other than on your pre-streams, like in a text format? It'd be easier to find rather than rummaging through pre-streams. If you're already doing this, though, apologies. Of course, all qualifiers remain based on life and game factors, but it would be a great way for us to schedule our sick days. I remember doing that with your awesome dual playthroughs of Until Dawn, but it was a happy circumstance I was able to attend that and stay strong and healthy. First of all, good to hear from you, Planet Jeff. It's been a while.
Are you a functional retard? I have to ask.
In regards to my gaming schedule, this year has been a pretty wild year for gaming and life in general. As everyone knows, with this COVID-19 pandemic, everything was thrown for a loop. I mean, earlier this year, in January, I said, gee, maybe I'll do quarterly videos where I'll update everyone on everything going on with me, and then I'll talk about the game schedule and the like, right? Then the pandemic hit, and all game schedules got screwed up. You know what I mean? Everything got completely thrown for a freaking loop. All right? And it's to the point where we don't know what the hell's happening. We don't know what the hell is happening with the world, let alone game releases.
What do I do?
That whole idea of, every quarter I'll do a video didn't happen. Here we are in July, and people are actually asking me now, Gifa, when are you going to talk about the gaming schedule? What's going on with the gaming schedule? Are you ever going to update the gaming schedule? I'd like to, but I haven't really had an opportunity to, and I realized, okay, once July is over, I really don't know the dates of other releases for games for the rest of the year. I do need to take a time to sit down and talk about the gaming schedule. And I actually said what we could probably do is come this next vest celebration, which if we hit a 200 vest streak, that would be probably either very late July or very early August. I would have a segment in that celebration where we go through the game schedule for the rest of the year and talk about all the games coming out, the dates, and the ones I'm super interested in. And that segment can be uploaded as, here's the game schedule update that you guys can watch so you know exactly what to expect for the rest of the year. Okay? So, if you feel that that's fair, that's what I think I'm going to do. Hold on one second, everyone, because I'm getting information that possibly things are not working right now. I'm going to check on that. I don't know. It looks like it's working for me. Basically, I just got a cheer from Spartan King. He says tipping isn't working right now. Well, I already got several tips earlier today on the stream, and I haven't gotten word from anyone else that tipping isn't working.
Miserable.
So just I don't know if it's not just working for you, or you're going to be banned. I don't know what you got to give me more information about that. If there's an error or something, but it works. I just clicked on it and it seems to be working. And Ryan just tipped and it went through. So Spartan King, I'm not sure what you're experiencing, but apparently it's something that's not common because Ryan was just able to tip $1. So there you go. Dark Sightfield from 2010 cheered and did a quote from my Spider-Man playthrough from like 11 years ago. Thank you for the cheer. And then Ryan had tipped that $1. Let's add that. Anyway, so let's elaborate a little bit more on the answer here that I'm giving to Planet Jet. One of the things that I changed in 2020 is that I stopped doing an actual physical gaming calendar. If you remember, over here on my office wall, and then before then, back when I lived in Connecticut, on my kitchen wall, I always bought a giant wall calendar where I would put it up, and with dry erase marker, I would write all the game releases for the year out with dates and everything associated with them. And then I would know, okay, that's what game's coming out when. I would actually use that to plan out scheduling and to buy games, and I would take a video of it usually and paste that video up and all of that. I didn't do that this year. For the first time, I said, I don't think I really need the giant calendar anymore, even though I'm a visual guy and I like seeing it. I was just going to try to play it by ear and just remember releases, and I have a piece of paper and note paper where I took notes of the game releases and stuff, and that's what I've been using as a guideline. Admittedly, though, like I said, this pandemic threw everything into a whirlwind where time is like completely out of whack. It doesn't feel like it's July at all to me. It feels to me like we're what happened between March and July. Like, March is when the pandemic started. Here we are over 4 months later. Where did all the time go? Where all the games go? Right? It's just a very odd situation. So I understand for those who maybe used to like, oh, Phil used to do a gaming schedule update video. Where's the video? It doesn't exist anymore. I don't do it formally anymore. I don't even have a calendar to do it. But what I will do is, like I said, when we hit Vest Streak 200, that's, you know, late July, early August. That's when I'm going to sit down and do the next schedule update, and that will be a video where you can watch it just in its entirety about the gaming schedule, so that way people can reference it as such. Is there a physical place I can list it in writing? I mean, I'm not even sure where I would do that. I could do it on my forums, but most people don't use the forums and complain about the forums. If I post it on my Twitter, it'll get lost in the shuffle because I can only have one thing pinned to my Twitter a day, and that thing has to be the daily schedule. So I wouldn't even know where to put a text schedule. I wouldn't even know what you're talking about. Saying? I wouldn't even know where that would be pertinent or how that would make sense. I would definitely say video form would make sense, and that's why, like I said, 200 Vest Streak, or worst case scenario, if we don't hit the Vest Streak, okay? That's okay. I'll just do a video of it anyway, an individual video near like the end of the month, okay? So thank you, Planet Jeff, for the question. Appreciate that very much. So then you'll know what games I'm covering. If there's major playthroughs you want to see live, like he said, you want to schedule sick days, you know, take days off of work to actually watch playthroughs live, you'll be able to, okay? Okay. Let's continue. Now let's get to the forum questions, people who ask questions on thekingofhate.com. The first question is from Yoshino Lover, and he says, Phil, this is a gaming question that a lot of people might have asked, but why is it that you almost never do platinum or completionist runs in any video games? It may take a while, and it's annoying a bit sometimes, but I think you'll feel more rewarding. You can say you completely and fully finished a game, especially if it's a shorter game. For example, I just started doing them. I think it makes it feel more rewarding unless it's online trophies, and then I'll put it on hold because, you know, there's all kinds of requirements for online gameplay or whatever. Good question. In the 12 years I've been a content creator on the internet, you'd probably find that very few times that I ever platinum a game for a full playthrough. A couple times that come to mind, I think Sly Cooper 2 from his HD remaster collection. Bloodborne, I platinum. Spider-Man, the last Spider-Man game that just came out, you know, on PlayStation 4. I platinumed that. Among a few others, they're not, you know, not 100% coming to mind. I know I platinumed a few. Now, why is it so few and far between when I platinum a game or 100% completionist run a game? Like, for example, I just played SpongeBob Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated on Xbox One, and I came this close to doing 100%, but I didn't finish it. Here's why. In most games, right, when you're watching me play the game, most people are in it to watch me play the narrative story and get to the logical ending of the game, and that's it. Very few people who watch my live streams are like, Phil needs to be a completionist and go back and finish every single piece of content in the game. If it's an RPG and it's every side mission or side piece of supplemental content or grinding style, you know, kind of gathering or collect quest missions in platforming games, you know what I mean? Like, those take a lot of time. In reality, do people like hanging out with me on stream? I think they do, and I think there would be some people in reality who would like to just hang out with me no matter what I'm playing. But in general, people are looking for at least entertainment and quality of gameplay while they're also entertained by my personality and my interactions with them. If I'm playing a game that's boring as freaking dirt, they're not getting much out of it, okay? And I'll give you a perfect example here. I'm playing SpongeBob Battle for Bikini Bottom, and it was really fun to go and get all the collectibles, the spatulas, the stinky socks, getting enough of the sparklies or shinies or whatever the hell they were called to buy more of the spatulas or whatever. But we got to a logical point in the game where I'd done everything but the collect quest stuff, grinding, in order to buy the final items and do 100%. I'd done everything else in the game. I even spent about 25 minutes at the end of my playthrough, the final stream, grinding, and we still didn't do it. It's like, now, in reality, do you guys really want to see me go back and do another hour to hour and a half stream, just sitting there repetitively doing the same thing, doing nothing but just kind of talking with you guys? It's not entertainment. You see what I mean? Now, there may be some people who do get entertainment factor out of completionist runs and things like that. There's people out there. I think there's a guy called the Games Completionist and stuff like that. achievement hunter, right? These are people who they're known on the internet for being 100%ers. They go out there and they have to do every piece of content in a game to feel like they've completed it, and that's good because that's what people go there for. That's not what people come to watch me for. I've never been that kind of a guy. And although there have been times where I have enjoyed, another one that came to mind, Blue Dragon. Blue Dragon is a game that I 100%ed. Why? Because I just love the game so much. That was back when I was grinding games offline before I was doing stuff for YouTube all the time. And I just enjoyed grinding it at night, having a drink, getting all the characters up to level 99. And you know what I mean? I enjoyed getting 100% of all achievements in that game. But it's not entertaining for a stream. Especially someone like me who's a variety streamer who's trying to give you an entertainment quality on every stream. This is my completionist stream where we grind shinies in SpongeBob for 2 hours. And there's no content besides me just gabbing with you guys because the game's boring as dirt doing this. Oh, look, I got 100 achievement points because I did it. You see what I mean? There's people who have that gimmick. They can run with it and people will tune in. People who are completionist viewers will already tune into those people. They're not going to come over to Darkside Phil's stream to watch him become a game completionist in random games. I'm not saying it might not be fun to do so, but in general, it's probably not fun to watch me do it. The few games that I've done it usually was because it was easily obtainable. Like Sly Cooper 2 in particular, as long as you spent just a little bit of extra time in every world, it was fairly fun and reasonable to 100% the game, get all the collectibles, and do everything you needed to do to get the platinum. Alright, Spider-Man was a little bit more of a grind. I remember you had to take over all the random crimes that were happening in every district of New York City. You had to keep doing them over and over, and it got really boring near the end to do it. But I did do it, and I got the platinum. So it really depends on the game. Okay, it does. It's going to depend highly on the game. But in general, I don't think it's what my audience tunes in for. And you guys never really ask for it either. Like, very rarely people are like, you got 100% the game, Phil. It's usually more the opposite. Once the narrative's done, people lose interest, just move on to something new, right? Only Iced Coffee did a 150-bit cheer. Say, hey, Phil, we're doing well today. Thank you, Only Iced Coffee. I am. And thank you for the top cheer of the day. Let's get you up on the leaderboard before we move on to our next question. Okay. All right. Moving on to the next question from the forums. Okay, interesting question. This one's from Mora Moria. He says, you know, I've heard you mention this term several times.
Motherfucker on the internet called Super Hound, whatever the fuck this idiot's name is.
Samsara while we're at it. I've been taught that karma is not quite like having a system of instant rewards and punishments where a divine entity judges, but instead it's essentially the laws of cause and effect, in which the intentions of the person matter and influence it naturally. In simple words, if you sow compassion, then you're going to reap compassion, which can also affect your next life according to some interpretations, and behavior motivated by greed, hatred, or delusion naturally causes pain to oneself and to others, and vice versa. There's a wide number of views on this topic, and a lot to cover. And I won't extend myself, but to me, this is nothing more than another way for humans to cope with this world's misery, and there's no scientific evidence that good or ill intentions directly affect the outcome of anything just because of the morality of it, specifically when we add the subjectivity aspect of what's considered to be good or bad. In any case, what's your opinion on all of this? And I figured I'd ask since you used this term. Interesting question that we can talk about for a little bit here, especially in particular to someone like me who admittedly has done many things in the wrong over my 12 years that I've been a content creator, and I've tried to actively improve myself not only as a content creator but as a person over the last, dozen years. And karma becomes a factor because a lot of people say, the reason that a lot of people hate Phil is because early on in his days when he was very popular on YouTube, he was the underdog. He did a lot of fucked up stuff. He said racist things in his content. He did messed up joke about the Jews and Nazis, and he used to say so much over-sexualized content that people really found offensive and was very sexist towards women. And all the stuff that Phil used to do basically compiled for 2 or 3 years, and even though there was a viewer base there who liked how immature he was, then it kind of just turned on its head. Karma bit him in the ass, and next thing you know, he became the running joke, the butt of YouTube gamers. Oh my god, he's the worst gamer ever. And then the whole thing came from underdog to guy who didn't deserve any success whatsoever, and the whole thing got flipped on its head. okay? A lot of people have said that over the years, okay? Admittedly. Then, it's funny, because recently, if you guys haven't noticed, this year in particular, 2020, at least up to now, and I'm not superstitious, but knock on fucking wood just in case, things have been going pretty good for me this year. Things kind of have taken a turn for the better in regards to things behind the scenes for me that were going horribly and were basically ruining my life, and a lot of them got cleared up. And now I'm in a situation where there's like one more major hurdle for this year, and if I can get over that one hurdle, I'm basically in the clear to kind of be how I was many years ago when I was, making good money on YouTube, and I was able to do, okay, I can improve my business by doing this. I can improve my setup. I could look to go on a trip, or I could do this. I may actually be back to that level again if I just get through one more hurdle and things don't go horribly wrong, which we're going to find out hopefully within a month or so from now. But in regards to that, it's crazy because if you look at the history of my life and the history of me as a content creator, it was like when I started on YouTube, I got some popularity, and then all of a sudden very negative things happened to me, including false copyright strikes and hatred. Then all of a sudden things got very positive for me again, and I became super popular, but I got cocky. So I did a bunch of dumb shit that was really bad, and then all of a sudden bad things happened to me again. But then over the years, of many, many bad things happening to me, all of a sudden I'd say 2017 was the beginning of my life kind of turning around again. And then things increasingly started to get more and more positive to the point where this year is like in reality, 2020 has been one of the best years of my life because of some good stuff happening behind the scenes, and could potentially be the start of a whole new life for me, kind of reboot, which is good. I want to have a reboot life with my family and have us have a chance to be happy rather than having things hanging over my head for the rest of my life because of bad decisions of my past, okay? Is that karma? Is it you do a bunch of bad stuff and then shit bites you in the ass and then you go down, but then things build up as you do good things again and then good things happen to you? I don't know, What I would say is my life's been very interesting, and from my own personal experiences, it's weird because I am not superstitious at all. But some weird shit has happened to me. Like, for example, let's go back to 2010. In 2010, I was still working my office job. I worked at this helicopter company for almost 5 years, all right? I had busted my ass at this job. I was working overtime, unpaid. I was doing things that weren't in my pay grade. I was trained to become a continuous improvement guy who I would look at the processes inside of this company. From start to finish, I'd map them out. I'd work with the employees to find out what were the bottlenecks in the process that made it be hung up or not be efficient. What could we improve? I redesigned entire processes within this company and didn't get paid for it. They were paying me as being a customer service rep, but I was doing the work of someone like 2 pay grades above me. And they never paid me for it on the promise that they were eventually going to pay me for it, and I was going to be able to do this for a job. After doing that for about 1.5 years, they told me it's not going to happen. They transferred me to another department where I had no experience in this kind of work, and within a month I was laid off from my job. So all that happens, that's bad shit that happened to me that I didn't deserve, that was behind the scenes, and I relayed that to my YouTube audience, right? My YouTube audience in turn decided, enough of that shit, we're going to support Phil. He's a fun content creator, he's a good guy, he doesn't deserve that kind of shit, that people would mistreat him. Let's try to make things better for him. So they supported me in my efforts to try to make YouTube my full-time job. And it's funny because at this one point I went to this Chinese restaurant with my parents, and this was at a time when everything was uncertain. I didn't know if I was going to be able to make money being a YouTuber or not. Everything was kind of up in the air. It was before my YouTube partnership with Machinima and all of that, okay? And I opened a fortune cookie at the end of this Chinese meal, and the fortune inside the fortune cookie said, you will not have to worry about financial stuff ever again. And I'm reading it and I'm like, whoa. At a time when my life is incredibly uncertain and the biggest concern on my mind is financially what's going to happen because I just lost my job, I just got a fortune that says you don't have to worry about it. I'm not exaggerating. Within like 2-3 months, everything blew up for me on YouTube. I became a full-time YouTuber. I was able to do everything. I mean, is that superstition? Is that karma? Or is that coincidence? I don't know. I don't know about how things work behind the scenes of everything. All I know is what happened to me in my personal experience, okay? But like I said, then I started to become a cocky idiot. I thought that my shit didn't stink. I thought that no matter what I did, I was above having any fault. My content was the best content out there. I didn't need to improve because I was popular, so obviously I'm doing the right thing. Basically, every wrong attitude you can have being someone who has an audience who watches you every day, not growing, not adapting, You know what I mean? It was just terrible, the attitude that I had there for about 2 to 2.5 to almost 3 years of me just being an idiot and being hard-headed. And it came back and bit me in the ass because of that attitude. Is that karma? Maybe. What I could definitely tell you guys, all right, is my life has just been a series of ups and downs like this, you know. And at the very least, the last couple of years, or last few years, since I became a full-time streamer, all right, I feel that I've become a way more conscious person of things out there in the world, people's attitudes toward me, but also just the way that I behave. And I feel that I've tried to actively become a better person, that I try to be responsible now with the things I say and do on a daily basis. And even though sometimes I still probably make mistakes regularly because I'm human, and at least now when I'm called out for those mistakes, I've tried to fess up to them. You're right, I fucked up. I shouldn't have said that. I said the wrong thing. You know, when this whole pandemic first started, I was a staunch critic of wearing a face mask out in public. I said it doesn't do anything. Right? Now, scientific evidence at the time said it didn't do anything. There was actually a report from, I think it was the CDC, saying there's zero evidence that face masks will stop transmission of the coronavirus. You're going to be banned. There was actually an actual scientific article printed that said that. Here we are months later, and I've completely done a 180 on the situation. I 100% believe every single person out in public should be wearing a face mask. You get these people freaking out over pretty much nothing. Still, to this day, I say things that I know could be harmful to people. I say things that maybe, and at the point of time that I say them, we have misinformation or not correct information, and then I have to try to correct myself later. But thank God today I correct myself. Because back in the day I wasn't like that. I'd be like, man, I said Minecraft sucks and it's just for kids. I gotta stick here and just say Minecraft sucks and it's just for kids. And I'll say that for 5 years straight, even though I'm an idiot and never played the fucking game. That's just ignorance, and that's just being a pig-headed moron. And I don't want to be like that anymore. So, I've actively tried to make myself a better person, a more intelligent person, and in reality, the biggest part here, a wiser person. Because I think as you get older and you get through a lot of life experience that can be both positive and negative, you gain a lot of wisdom about how to handle certain situations and how to handle yourself, especially if you're a public persona like I am. And so, I really do feel that I've become a lot more wise, and now I actively look for times when people are correcting me or saying, no, Phil, you were maybe wrong on this. You want to reevaluate your situation. I'll do that. Unlike how I used to be. And all I can say is this. Like I said, this year, 2020, pretty much almost everything has gone my way. I hope with this final hurdle that I'm about to jump over, or at least try to jump over with this tax situation, is the last one. Everything else, can go smoothly. And if things keep going as positively as they are with the amount of support you guys are giving me on a regular basis and everything, the future's looking bright. It is. I was just talking with people on the pre-stream today. I'm like, man, if things keep going the way they are, by the end of this year, maybe I can finally get rid of this stupid love seat that's sunken in and gives me no support, and I can put a different kind of chair here. Maybe I can finally get a green screen for my content, which people have only asked me for a million years, and we can do all this improvement stuff because I can actually do it now. I'm in a situation where I'll be able to fucking do improvements, which I've wanted to do for years and years. That would be amazing. Now, I'll guarantee that that's going to happen because we got to see what happens, in this next thing. But you see what I mean? Like, things are just so different for me now. My world is opening up for the first time in years. Is that because of karma? Is that because over the last 2-3 years, I've actively tried to make amends for the messed up things I've done in my past, and I've tried to change myself to be a better person and a better content creator? I don't know. I don't know who's pulling the strings behind the scenes or if it's all just coincidence. And I think that's always going to be this ongoing debate for everyone. Is there actually something behind the scenes of everything? Is there this big universal path that we all walk? And if you act one way, things will go right. And if you act the other way, things will go wrong. What I will say is this. It sure seems there's a lot of people on this planet that get away with shit that shouldn't. You know what I mean? Like, it sure seems to me
miserable.
Like there's a lot of people in positions of power. There's a lot of people who are filthy rich, and you look at their history and the way that they behave as humans, and you're like, how the fuck could that be? How could the giant CEO of a corporation who just announced I have to lay off half of our workforce because of the coronavirus gives himself a pay bonus? Like, what? But that's, you know what I mean? Where's karma for those motherfuckers? Where is it to go bite those people in the ass? But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to say in that regard. I'll just tell you, maybe it exists, maybe it doesn't. I'm not, like I said, I'm not a superstitious guy in any way, shape, or form.
What the fuck?
I'm a very analytical, very logical, facts-based person, always have been. But at the same time, it sure seems for me there's been these weird patterns in my life. It does. It seems to me like there's been these very weird patterns in my life of things going up and down. And right now things are going good, and I'm wondering if that's because of active changes I made in the last few years. I'll tell you this, I love the person I am now. I want to stay this person. I don't want to revert back to being an immature idiot who's obstinate and just, basically offensive to everyone around him because I think I'm better than everyone else. I don't. I completely reversed my whole belief system and situation of how I used to be as a content creator, and I hope that people see that comes through on a daily basis on my streams. So, a few more shout-outs. Ryan just tipped me $5. Says, I got to go for a bit, but I'll catch up with the YouTube uploads. Hope to Ask the King goes well. Thank you, Ryan, for the support, and thanks for hanging out a little bit that you did. That is the biggest tip of the day. So we're up to $14 a tip so far today out of our $100 tips goal on the stream. Yoshino Lover Cheers says, okay, I understand now. Thanks for answering. That's the only question that came in mind. I didn't feel like it would be a question to ask on a gameplay stream. Fair enough. And I gave you a good amount of time to answer it. ATS318 Cheers says, I was curious what you think was the major factor in, and then it cut off. Then he did cheered again. He says, in videos like Spider-Man doing so well compared to other videos you made. Because I was the only person doing that kind of content back then. I was the only person back in 2009 who was doing these raw, unedited gameplay chunks of games with improv comedy commentary over it. Were there people doing Let's Plays back then? Yes, and admittedly, people were doing them way before I ever started, but they were kind of dry and boring. A lot of people were doing it more as walkthroughs than playthroughs, and a lot of people
I need that money. I really do. I need that money.
Watch. People told me, wow, you've got a funny personality paired with doing this raw live commentary on a game, and we haven't seen anyone do it in as entertaining of a way that you do, and I kind of blew up to the point where it popularized that kind of gameplay video on YouTube at the time. And that's it. I would say probably 2008 through like 2011, I was one of the top guys for that kind of improv style Let's Play / playthrough commentary. And it wasn't until 2012 that there was kind of a backlash against me because I became kind of this big-headed guy, obstinate, as I just described. But again, I'm not saying I was one of the originators. I was not. I was just the guy who happened to be lucky, happened to become popular, and popularized that kind of gameplay video. And that's why the Spider-Man thing blew up. At that time, people were looking for fun Spider-Man games on YouTube. They type in Spider-Man, boom, my video comes up, right? Beastbot tipped me $1.30, so I'm not going to lie, 2020's been good for me too. I feel bad for other things on the grand scale. Of course, you look at this year overall, it's been a shit year for everybody. We got coronavirus ruining everything. We got Black Lives Matter movement coming out because people of color are being insanely mistreated in this rising toxicity. We've got all kinds of crazy unrest and things. Like I said, these last few months, I don't know where they went. I know I was here every day on stream with you guys, but this is just like crazy to me. Like, I've had the coronavirus lockdown, the vest streak, like all this stuff going on. It's nuts. It's crazy.
Are you a functional retard?
I have to ask. It doesn't feel normal. It doesn't. The world does not feel normal right now. It just feels like crazy shit's happening all over the place, Angelo Bestia did 100-bit cheers. Says, it's the law of attraction. Your bad attitude led to bad things happening. Your improved attitude leads to improvement. I see, Angelo Bestia, maybe that's what it is. But the other thing that's happened with me is that you get highs and lows. So right now, I'm going to be very honest with all of you. Even though things have been going really well for me this year, I'm really scared. And I haven't really said this publicly. I'm scared. And here's why I'm scared. Because every time in my life that I've had an extended period of good stuff happening, it flips and becomes insanely bad, right? Like, things will look like they're turning around for me, and then all of a sudden something comes out of nowhere, and it's just like hits me like a fucking freight train, and now I get screwed over again for a long time. And right now, things are getting better, and I'm excited, and I'm incredibly terrified about what's going to happen with this tax
Tevin's fault.
Like, I'm really worried that, like, I'm going to get slammed with penalties, and the government's going to demand money I don't have. And now what's going to happen?
Hype train.
I'm really fucking nervous about it. So I'm hoping that the positivity that I've had and tried to portray and put through on streams and being a more positive, constructive person, willing to change and learn and grow and being wiser. I'm hoping that that pattern of positivity and success is going to continue. I am. I hope so. I really want it to. But I have this nagging in the back of my head that's telling me that stuff's gonna go wrong. I hate that. I fucking hate that. I hate that feeling in the back of your mind, feeling like you're never gonna be successful. You're never gonna be to the point where you were at one point. You're never gonna be set. Your family is always gonna be in jeopardy and everything, financially and stuff behind the scenes. I hate that fucking feeling, but it's always there. It always is just there, and it's weird because I thought that when my bankruptcy went through that maybe I'd be able to feel a little better, which I did admittedly at first, but then it kind of sunk in that you're not there yet. You know what I mean? Like you're not through it yet. You jumped over a giant hurdle that was in your way, but there's still more to come. I mean, that was one of the giantest things you needed to get over, but you're not there yet, you know? And it's kind of worrying me that something's not going to go the way that's going to be good for me. I don't know. That's just how I am, though. You know, like I told you guys in the past, I've had pretty bad depression at one point in my life. And in reality, it's probably that nagging depression that pulls me back and makes me think the bad things, the bad thoughts, that things aren't going to go good. I don't deserve it.
Grow up.
There's always going to be, no matter how much success I have, things are going to get fucked up for me and everything. I don't want to believe that. I want to be a positive guy. But that's what happens when you have something like that, an ongoing mental health issue is, it'll always pull you back to the negative eventually, and that sucks. I don't like that. I don't want that to happen. I want to stay positive. I want to be a positive person for the rest of my life, and I hope that I can be, you know. So we'll see what happens. That's all we can do. Teen Abortion took me $4.20 and says go on PKA. I don't know what the hell you're talking about, but thank you for the tip. I don't know why the hell you chose the name Teen Abortion. It's pretty fucked up. Okay, we're up to $19 in tips. Let's get to the next question here, okay? All right. From Jeff Bezos Right Nut, who somehow sprouted arms and was able to type a question on my forums, he says, do you ever feel like the gaming landscape is becoming too homogenous? With a few notable exceptions, it seems like AAA gaming is more focused on providing more of the same. I have been calling this out, I'd say the past 3 years, that sadly, even the biggest AAA games and even the studios that used to take chances and put out varied content, take chances with crazy new IPs, almost no one's doing that anymore. It seems like, okay, what game are you making? I'm making a third-person shooter. Bloop! Right into that category. What are you making? I'm making a first-person action game. Bloop! Right into that category. I'm making an RPG. Bloop! You see what I mean? And then they all just fall kind of cookie-cutter in the line of what's expected from those genres. Maybe you'll have a tweak here or a tweak there. But I think the worst offenders of this are games like Fallout 76 or what was the one that BioWare put out? I can't even remember the name of it anymore because it was such a flop. No one talks about it. I can't even remember the name of the goddamn game anymore. But those are the things that's happening now. These games. Anthem. Yeah, it's called Anthem. I couldn't even remember the name of it. The games just fall into these categories. Oh, Battle Royale is very popular right now. We got to make a Battle Royale game. But everyone else already make a Battle Royale game. I don't care what everyone else did. We're jumping on that bandwagon. We're making that goddamn money. You see? So that's the problem, I think, with modern gaming is that these companies, instead of taking chances and doing things that are unique, fun gameplay experiences, instead what they're doing is they're just trying to say, how do I guarantee profit? How do I guarantee return on investment? You can't do that, especially when you're doing something that's considered creative or a work of art. Yeah, it's business, but also you got to make something that's going to be unique and different that people are going to like. Not, oh, it's the same as every other game that everyone's played, but just because those games made money, ours will too. I think the worst offender of this in the last few years has been the co-op shooter games. Again, the Anthems, the Fallout 76s, the Destinies. These games all are exactly the same. I'm sure you can think of a million. The Division 2, there's probably like 10, 12, 14 of these games that have come out over the last 3-4 years. They all feel like you're playing the same fucking game. Yeah, there's variation. Oh, it's first person instead of third. But they all have the same goal. Constant repetition, grinding of combat, cooperation with a team, getting loot, improving your guy over time. You know what I mean? And they're not unique and fun at all. And if you actually just kind of skip over them, you've missed nothing. You literally didn't miss anything in the gaming landscape if you didn't play them. Is there an audience for them? Absolutely. Team-based shooters or team-based gameplay like that has a big big hold on modern gaming. People who just want to play online with their buddies and chill and have a beer and hang out and have this cooperative experience. But if every major studio puts out a game like that, there's no innovation and we don't get any advancement in games. I've actually said this in the last console generation, both the Xbox One and the PS4. I don't feel we had much innovation at all this console generation. What we had was expanding upon previous things that were already successful. Like open world exploration and sandbox style games and RPGs have expanded huge. You now can put out games that are like 50, 60 hours long, right? But if you actually look at the quality of the gameplay in the game, it's kind of the same as what we were always doing. It's a lot of grinding, repetition, not very fun stuff. You know, not every game turned into Witcher 3, and that's sad. It would have been nice if every game did turn into Witcher 3, but instead what you had is every game added on a ridiculous amount of open world content that's pretty much a waste of everybody's time and you didn't need to do. So it's weird because this year, 2020, we've had a lot of games that people swore were going to be giant blockbuster, oh my god, jaw-dropping game of the year releases, and I have not played one yet. Every game I played this year, and I've covered every major release, lackluster, underwhelming, followed a formula, or tried to veer too far from a formula and ended up not working. Like for me, an example of that would be Doom Eternal, where it went too much into the constant visceral rock, paper, scissors gameplay of the first-person shooter stuff to maintain your momentum, and it just became too much about momentum and adrenaline-fueled gameplay rather than actual game development. I just haven't really liked anything that much this year. And that's sad. As someone who's done this for 12 years, this is probably the most disappointing year for me for games. And a lot of the things is because people didn't really do that much for games. Like, the games that came out were just checking a checklist. This is what you expect from the game. Here it is, here it is, here it is, here it is, here's your game. Well, that's great, but I've already had that from other game dev studios. I've already played that game. Why would I want your game? Give me a reason. Give me something interesting. Give me something fun, refreshing, different, or an innovation on something previously that didn't happen. And really, that hasn't happened. I would say the one game actually that stands out in my mind is The Last of Us Part 2, where the gameplay, the world design, everything did improve from the first game, but it was all soured by an awful story. So it's kind of like, even that, they tried, and then they failed because of something else. So, I agree that AAA gaming and the gaming landscape this year in particular is kind of deflating and kind of disheartening, because the games do feel like it's just more, every game's just more of the same, more of the same, more of the same, and then when you get a game that looks like it's going to be unique and interesting, for some reason it just doesn't hit the mark. I hope that that'll change. I certainly hope that there's going to be better stuff coming. Orcs with Dork 7 resubscribed for 36 months. That's 3 years of support. And he says, been sub for 3 years. Let's go. Thank you very much, Orcs with Dorks, for 3 ongoing years of support. I really appreciate that. Okay. Continuing on. The next question here is from Beautiful Butterfly. Where can I get the best tasting pollen? Well, I'm going to actually, that's not the question. It's, which of these games would you say is the best Valve game? Half-Life 2, Portal, or Left 4 Dead? See, questions like this I kind of laugh about, because I feel that questions like this cannot really be answered objectively. And you guys know me, I like to approach things from a factual perspective, a logical perspective. First of all, I like all 3 games. I think Half-Life 2 is a really great story with some really great puzzle elements in the gameplay. Okay? I didn't play Half-Life 2 when it was a new release, so I can't speak to it being, oh my god, the graphics were groundbreaking at the time. I have no idea. I only played it later on when it was ported to consoles and stuff. That's when I actually experienced Half-Life 2. Portal, I played on PC when it was a new release. And the Portal series is pretty awesome. Graphically, no, but just the gameplay elements and the story are very intriguing. And it's one of the most unique gameplay experiences I've ever had in my life. I'm disappointed they only made Portal 1 and 2, and that was the end of it. Left 4 Dead, I mean, that was amazing when that came out. It was a really well-developed, first-person cooperative zombie survival game with really fun stages that weren't focused on, oh my god, it has to have a 5-hour story narrative going. Instead, it was these little snippets of story tossed into different maps, different enemy types, challenges. That was a really well-done game, man. It was. But when you talk about those games, they're also very different, right? Really. Half-Life 2, very narrative, story-driven game with cool puzzle elements and some combat. Portal, mostly puzzles that are going to, rack your brain with some really quirky story, but mostly puzzle element gameplay. Left 4 Dead, pure action-based gameplay. Is there a little bit of story in there? Yes, but it takes a backseat to crazy visceral action and really fun survival co-op gameplay. They're all completely different. How can you look at all 3 games and be like, which one's better? Which one's better? Here's the thing. I really enjoy Half-Life 2, but out of the 3 games, I gotta say that's the one that's the lowest on the list for me. And I know people would be freaking out. How dare you, Phil? Half-Life 2 was one of the best franchise or best games of all time. The franchise, one of the best franchises of all time. You have to understand, my perspective is I didn't play those when they were new. I didn't play Half-Life 1 and 2 when they were new. I played them so many years later, and I appreciate those games. Absolutely I do. But I'm not like, oh my god, I played when they were new and they were revolutionary games back in the day. You see what I mean? Playing a game much later is it's harder to appreciate something when you play it when it's already outdated. You see what I'm saying? Like some people say, oh, these classic retro platformers that I've been playing recently are some of the best games ever made. I'm like, I like them. I don't know if I would go that far because I didn't play them when they were new, and I can't compare it to all the other stuff that came out at that time because I wasn't there playing it at that time. You see? If I had to decide between Portal and Left 4 Dead, I would probably go Left 4 Dead. As crazy as that sounds, and here's why: it's pure nostalgia factor for me. Left 4 Dead came out the year I started on YouTube. It was one of the games that I was doing ongoing coverage of and playthrough coverage of on YouTube during 2008 when I first got my start, and I loved playing the game. When the sequel came out, I played the shit out of the sequel. It kind of has that nostalgia factor for me. Kind of like when people ask me, what's my favorite GTA game? And I could give you all dead air. All these factors factually. Oh, I think that.
Miserable.
Been in New York City a million times, and Liberty City was very similar to New York City.
I'm playing a woodwind instrument. I'm Japanese.
What's going on? What's going on? People are freaking out. People are saying my stream died and then it went back online. Well, I'm looking, and I'm here. Why do people always do that? When the stream blips, people tend to believe that like it's the absolute worst. Okay? When a stream blips out, people tend to believe it's the absolute worst. Like, oh my god, the stream blipped, Phil's banned from Twitch. Relax. I'm sure there's 5 million other logical explanations for what's going on before Phil's banned from Twitch. I don't know why people freak out like that. But no, I'm looking here. My connection didn't drop. My internet's still working fine, so it was nothing on my end. It more than likely was something on Twitch's end. Some kind of a weird thing. Okay? Okay? Anyway, let's continue. So for me, GTA 4 is like the best GTA game only because I played it at a time when I was trying to re-immerse myself in video games, and it was the game that blew me away. Now, objectively, when I look at it on paper compared to other GTA games, you could argue the gameplay of GTA 5 is more robust, it's a longer game, it's a better game. You could argue that there's more nostalgia factor, classic stuff with the older ones, but GTA 4, I just still kind of hold up in that high regard, and I would probably play it again right now if people wanted me to. I'd play it. I enjoy it. It's really nostalgic for me to play GTA 4. It is. So that's why when you ask me, Half-Life 2, Portal, or Left 4 Dead, I say Left 4 Dead because that was a game that was when I was starting on YouTube. It really was an awesome game to play and record, and I enjoyed watching people's reactions to my gameplay every time I played it. It was just so fun. Okay? All right, we got time for a couple more questions before we take our first break. DSP and Wings Juice said, did you forget Dragon Ball Z Kakarot released this year? It has not been fully disappointing. I didn't say that, but it certainly isn't Game of the Year material either. It's far too repetitive and doesn't innovate at all. Archangel 007 resubscribed for 27 months. Thank you, Archangel. I appreciate that. All right, continuing on. The next question is from The Gambler. He says, my question to you is about wrestling. As a big wrestling fan, I loved your series Smart Guys. I'm wondering, in your entire history of watching wrestling, what is your favorite match or feud? What was it that made the match so special for you, and what do you think would make for the greatest wrestling match of all time, be it WWE or AEW or outside of that in New Japan? Thanks for taking the time to read this. If it doesn't make it, then continue having a great show for Ask the King.
Are you a functional retard? I have to ask.
When I used to watch just WWE, my answer would be, give me an amazing technical match, because you don't see them that often. Okay? Now, matches have gotten way more technical, especially the stuff that's not on mainstream WWE, but maybe the stuff on NXT, NXT UK. Hell, anything you watch on AEW or New Japan, you get that technical wrestling. The game devs were basically completely uninspired idiots who didn't understand how to make combat in any kind of game. The thing that stands out for me was the rivalry between CM Punk and John Cena, 2012, during the time when there was a big time of transition for WWE. They were trying to go more into content that was less about the big roided dudes and the top faces and instead trying to bring in talent that and you had the mic drop promo and the whole thing where CM Punk won the title, but he was so upset with the company that he left. Obviously, the whole thing was staged.
Motherfucker on the internet called Super Hound, whatever the fuck this idiot's name is.
It felt like pro wrestling really did need to change. That it had become this really weird place of sexism and this weird shit going on that wasn't entertaining to watch anymore, and that there was going to actually be an active change because CM Punk was a rebel standing up for everyone and speaking things and saying things about pro wrestling that wasn't necessarily said at all on mainstream WWE. But the problem was that it was all scripted. Like, you know what I mean? Like, CM Punk was told, go out there and say that stuff, and he did, and I'm sure they didn't know everything he was going to say. But then what happened? He won the title, he left the company, came back, you know, ended up holding the title for a really long time, ends up dropping it in a really pathetic match to the fucking Rock out of nowhere, which completely undermined all of the work that CM Punk had done up to that point, trying to change the company. And then within a year, CM Punk said, fuck this company's falling apart. They undid everything that I stood for, and he quit. So, if anything, it was like he started a movement, right? And then that movement was completely destroyed by WWE within 2 years, and he said, fuck it, and he left, and it was all for nothing. And that's why I really don't invest myself in wrestling anymore, because anything that happens, anything that changes, or anything that improves, at a moment's notice, they could all say, oh, fuck it, and then it all gets undone, and you don't care anymore. So that's why I'm really not a big wrestling fan anymore. I mean, will I follow the plot lines? Will I, on social media, follow what's going on with this stuff? Yes. But do I care? No. Okay, last question, and then we're going to take a break. This question, actually, shout out to Cecil Omner, who just resubscribed for 20 months. Thank you, Cecil Omner, for that. I appreciate that. Iggy Small says, what was the funniest gaming session you had while drunk? Well, I don't drink and stream or drink and play games anymore. At all. The only exception to that rule may be Christmas time. If I'm doing a Christmas event, I'll have some eggnog or I'll have some beers or whatever. But I do not do that anymore. But back in the day when I first started on YouTube, before I did it professionally, before anything was taken seriously, usually, if I was going to play games overnight or late night, I would drink. And my drinking choice was rum and Coke. And I would sit there drinking while playing. And it was certainly a unique experience. People, I'm sure right now, would start bringing stuff up from that time period and say, oh, this was the biggest thing, this was the biggest thing. But I think the one that everyone goes back to was my Fallout 3 playthrough. I was playing through the game, and I was in the town. I forget the name of the town, but this is the town where I guess the kids had been growing up in Little Lamplight, which is a cave society of just children. And when they grow up, they get exiled. They can't live there with the kids anymore. And as they went out into the wild, they all just grew up in this other town, okay? So the people who lived in this town really weren't adults. They were kind of children who never were taught how to be adults, but they were just trying to learn how to be adults on their own. They were all kind of immature. They would get into fights and do stupid shit. And I remember having, if I remember correctly, I don't remember if I rescued one of them that was captured by a super mutant or whatever, but for some reason I went to the town and one of them got mad at me because of dialogue options or something. and they wanted to fight me, and I killed everyone in the town. Because I basically pulled out a gun and defended myself, and then everyone aggroed to me in the town, and I was drunk and really angry. I was like, fuck this, if you're gonna attack me, I'm gonna fuck you up. And I just went and killed them all. Because I was drunk, and I didn't care. Now today, if I'm playing a game like Fallout, and something happens, I aggro an NPC, I'm probably like, damn, I want to reload. That's messed up. I want to try to do this non-violently and figure out what the best way to do it is. Back then, I didn't give two shits. So I was like, fuck this, nuke them all. So I was running through town using healing. I was just killing everyone. It was a bit of slaughter. It was a huge fucking slaughter where I just slaughtered everyone in the town. It wasn't kids. Someone said you can't kill kids. It wasn't the kids. It was the kids who had grown up to be too big to live with the kids in the camp of Little Lamplight, and they went to this town because they were like young adults. I slaughtered the whole town, and people still to this day will say that's the funniest part. Although that very same playthrough, again playing at late nights drinking, I got lost in sewers for like 2 hours. Where I was so drunk that I couldn't see where I was going in the sewers, and I ended up walking in fucking circles in the sewers, and I couldn't find my way out because I was so drunk that I couldn't do it. I would say the final thing that's also infamous about back in the day was my original Batman Arkham Asylum playthrough. During this playthrough, okay, listen to this one. There's a part where you need to figure out that you need to use a bat grappling hook to grapple from one building across the way to another, and that unlocks the next portion of the game. If you don't figure this out, you're soft locked. You can't progress in the game. I was drunk, and my mind wouldn't put 2 and 2 together about this at all. So I spent a good, 40 minutes in this area trying to figure out what to do, swearing so angry. And then people were like, you're so dumb because you were drunk, you couldn't figure out that, the game was basically telling you, use the grappling hook to do this, and I couldn't get it because my brain wasn't, the sparks weren't firing in the brain. And by the way, back then I wasn't a live streamer, so there was no one on stream saying, Phil, you idiot, just do it, It was me walking around for 40 minutes in a video, and then coming back the next day. I was like, man,
functional retard?
I was a real idiot yesterday when I was drunk, but now we'll.
I live rent-free in their heads 24 fucking 7.
All right. Woody's gamer tag to me $4.20. So would you be interested in paramotoring with me and come on PKA? I don't know what the hell paramotoring is, and I'm pretty sure no one wants me on painkiller already, which I guess is what people say it stood for. And I don't care about that, but thank you for the tip. All right. Thanks so far, guys, for part 1. We got through 1 page of questions. I think we got about 2 more. So let's take a quick break. When we come back, we'll continue on with more of your questions. If you're watching live on stream, just give it a few minutes. I'll probably take maybe a 10-minute, 15-minute break and then come back. If you're watching live on YouTube, this will be the end of part 1. Check out the future parts that'll be coming up. All right, thanks, guys, so far for everything, and I'll see you after the break. been pretty slow.
Not gonna lie.
How dumb they are.
laugh sounds like ack, ack, ack. So when I laugh, I go, or does that sound like ack, 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 ack? No, it sounds nothing like that at all. Greed is massively strong. I didn't jump back. Two, there probably will be 3 segments. This is segment 2 starting up right now. And we're at $24 in tips out of the $100 tips goal. So I'm just reminding all of you, this is a normal stream. 2 more hours left roughly on the stream to hit the tips goal and keep the vest streak going. So if you guys want to continue that, please consider contributing. All right, ready to come back? I hope so. Okay. Alrighty, everybody. DSP here, and welcome back. This is part 2 of Ask the King, episode 82 for July 9th, 2020. I almost forgot what the date was. Welcome back. If you missed part 1, go check it out. It should already be on demand on the King of Hate vlogs. If you're watching this on YouTube, if you're watching this on live stream, well, you're just going to have to wait a little while for that to go live later today. But I think we should jump right into the next slew of questions. So let's do that. The next question is from, let's see here, Kill Bill 216. And he says, I missed 2018. We had God of War, Spider-Man, Assassin's Creed, Red Dead Redemption 2, Detroit Become Human, and more. In my opinion, games in the last year and a half have been such a letdown with a few good titles here and there. I know you would need to do research to really find the answer, but would you consider 2018 to be one of the best years for game releases in recent memory? Yes, it's weird. It's definitely weird how the game landscape works, because it seems like every 3 years or so we have a crazy good blockbuster year. Seriously, like the year that BioShock Infinite came out, I remember that year being like insanely outstanding. Like Call of Duty, I think, was great that year, and you got Assassin's Creed that year. Like that year was like so many giant high-profile releases, and they were all good. So you get to the end of the year, you're like, oh my god, you know, how am I going to narrow it down to what game of the year is this year? I have no clue. I can't figure it out. And then you end up with a year where there's like nothing. You know, like this year so far, everything's been disappointing to me. Seriously. And it just seems like this is a pattern. That you're going to get 1 year of ginormous overload of great AAA games that are all amazing, and people are like, holy shit, you know, I just can't, I don't have enough money to buy and play all these games. And then you got years where it's like, you know, I could just skip all these and it doesn't even matter. But 2018, absolutely, 2018 was a year
of high highs for gaming. Well, and then whatever year, I believe the year Batman Arkham Knight came out, which I believe that would have been like 2015. I think that was a really good year for gaming, if I'm remembering correctly. It's like, so it almost seems like every third year. Almost every third year is the year when things like just explode with great games. So yeah. Only Iced Coffee is giving a couple subs to the channel. One to Mark McCauley and one to Tales from the Crypt. So thank you, Only Iced Coffee, for the channel support. Continuing on, Random Ron asked the following question. He says, my question is the state of fighting games in itself. The beginning of this generation felt like there was always some kind of new fighting game that was coming out. Now I barely even hear anything about fighting games, and it's starting to remind me of the pre-Street Fighter 4 days. Even if I had my issues with EVO Online, it was still a good way to get lesser-known games' attention, and even I only registered because Skullgirls was going to be on that list. Between larger fighting games getting bad reps and smaller fighting games having little attention and player bases, does it feel like we're reaching another slump when it comes to fighting games? And even if Capcom made another Street Fighter or another Marvel vs. Capcom game, can we still trust them considering their recent track record with fighting games? Yeah, it's funny because I grew up in the absolute heyday of fighting games, but I didn't really become like... I didn't try to play them competitively at a serious level until they were almost dying out. Okay? And then we had the renaissance of fighting games, Street Fighter 4, and now it almost feels like here, 10 years later, that's all over. Okay? Let's follow the history. Street Fighter 2 released in, I believe it was 1991 in Japan, and I forget if it's 91 or 92 in American arcades. And it created a whole new genre of competitive fighting games. Then you had the many versions of Street Fighter 2 combined with Mortal Kombat, combined with other game franchises that tried to compete. You had Midway, who came out with a million games like Primal Rage, War Gods, stuff like that. And then you had the Killer Instinct series. Street Fighter, of course, exploded with not only Street Fighter 2, but then the Alpha series, then Street Fighter 3, and then the Versus series. So arcades were absolutely jam-packed with fighting games, and fighting games literally drove arcades throughout the 1990s. It's the reason why our video arcades were so popular. Then, around the year 2000, it all crashed. The market kind of crashed. Not to say that the fighting games were worse, but I think maybe there was oversaturation because there was literally 3 to 4 Capcom fighting games out at the same time, while you also had Tekken, you had Virtua Fighter, you had Mortal Kombat. So you had so much going on at once that maybe there was just too much at once. And what ended up happening was Capcom had a big shift in their division after a few big failures. Like, ultimately, Capcom felt Street Fighter 3 was a big failure. They tried something different with improved graphics and a very different kind of gameplay engine. And overall, they did not sell anywhere near as many as they wanted to. Especially because the hardware was so expensive to put in a gameplay, to put into a game cabinet. And basically, Street Fighter 3 was a ginormous flop for them. They tried a few other things like Capcom vs. SNK 1 and 2. Really, the only game that was making them tons of money at the time was the Versus series. So Marvel vs. Capcom 1 and 2. But Capcom decided they wanted to go in a different direction. They basically kind of almost shuttered up their arcade division and started working primarily on games like Resident Evil, Devil May Cry, a different focus for the company. And so, from the years of, say, the year 2000 all the way through like 2008, 2009, Capcom really wasn't giving a shit about fighting games. The few that they released were absolutely terrible, like Capcom Fighting Jam, a game that had like only a few new sprites. Everything else was reused from other games, and the game played like shit. So when basically when consoles came out, Capcom was like, screw it, when they kind of retired their fighting game division. Now, I'm not saying the fighting games died out completely. Mortal Kombat turned primarily into a console-based experience that really wasn't played competitively anymore. It was more like just messing around with gory stuff at home. Tekken remained competitive, but because of the decline of arcades and because of the decline of major fighting games available, Tekken really didn't break into the mainstream as a ginormous thing like Street Fighter ever did. And so there was basically, to maintain competitive fighting games in the 2000s, it was a grassroots movement. It was just people who absolutely loved fighting games and playing them at a competitive level who did these little homegrown tournaments. It wasn't about backing from companies and sponsorships, and Capcom never sponsored a tournament, but we call them the Big Four.
Tiger.
We call it Super Turbo, Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo, Capcom vs. SNK 2, Marvel vs. Capcom 2, and Street Fighter 3 Third Strike. Those were the Big Four Capcom tournaments that at a major fighting game tournament you would hold. Then you would have things like Tekken, whatever the latest Tekken game was, if there was a new Virtua Fighter available on a console. And then maybe a few other games like Guilty Gear and stuff crammed in there. That was a major fighting game tournament back then. But no exaggeration, from like the year 2000, 2001, all the way to 2009 with Street Fighter 4, there were no new Capcom fighting games at all. So it was very, very lackluster. There were some ports. They tried to port the games and stuff, but it was never really mainstream appeal. So that was really a dead time for games. Then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, after like almost a decade, Capcom decides they want to rejuvenate the Street Fighter series with the first numbered entry in Street Fighter in over 8 years with Street Fighter 4. Modernized graphics, new gameplay mechanics, basically recreating Street Fighter from the ground up, having some familiar feelings from previous Street Fighter games, but also having new elements to it. Street Fighter 4 completely exploded with popularity when it released and invigorated the entire gaming genre. In fact, it prompted games franchises like Mortal Kombat to reinvent themselves and become more serious and more competitive again after, a decade of kind of just being a silly mess around game that you would do at home, but there was really no competitive play for it. All of a sudden, Mortal Kombat comes back. Tekken, ginormous in a big way. You're right, and that was around 2009, so that was about 11 years ago. And of course, we had all the versions of Street Fighter 4. That lasted, a good 4 or 5 years. We had the Marvel vs. Capcom 3, Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3. And then Capcom started to lose their way with stuff like what was it? Street Fighter Cross Tekken. And then, I hate to say it, with Street Fighter 5 being such a flop at launch and then eventually gaining traction over the years, primarily because of hardcore fighting game community support. Let's be honest here. Is Street Fighter 5 as popular as it is because it's a good game, or is it because it's the only game from Capcom that they really promote and do any kind of updates to? You see what I'm saying? Like, outside of Street Fighter 5, what else is there? Capcom hasn't put out a new fighting game at all. So because of that, that's what people have to play. So it remains the top game from Capcom for fighters, despite the fact that, honestly, we could go for something better, right? So it really feels to me like you're right. Street Fighter 5 has now been out. I mean, the beta came out in 2015. The full game came out early 2016? So the game's been out for over 4.5 years, and we just get season after season, tweak after tweak. Enough is enough. We need something new. You know what I mean? Like, we need a new game to reinvigorate the fighting game community, and Capcom doesn't seem very eager to do it. They just want to keep milking the same cow and beating the same dead horse, despite the fact that I've always hated the game, and a lot of people in the competitive fighting game community basically said they didn't like Street Fighter 5, and even though it does have a vibrant community of competitive players, it's probably not for the right reasons. You know what I mean? Now, other franchises have continued on. Tekken continued on with new iterations. We had the whole Dragon Ball FighterZ, right? Oh my god, Dragon Ball FighterZ, ginormously popular at the time. But now look at the sharp decline. Dragon Ball FighterZ is nowhere near as popular as it was over about 2.5 years ago. In fact, you barely ever hear it even talked about anymore, right? And this is a major problem with fighting games now. It seems like they've come out, there's giant hype behind them for a little bit, and then they just kind of fizzle out. It didn't used to be like that. Like I said, we played the big 4 Capcom games from the year 2000 to 2009. You know what I mean? We put 9 years. Now, what other fighting game has longevity for 9 years in the modern era? Probably none, right? I mean, that's a good point. Like, look at Dead or Alive 6, where no one even played it. The game was an utter failure and flopped completely. Yeah, things just aren't doing so well for fighting games, in my opinion. Mortal Kombat 11 came out, people played it competitively, and then kind of were like, meh. And you know what I mean? Like, that's what's happening with these games. They're getting popularity for a very limited time, and then they kind of die out. So, actually agree with you here. Random Ron. I think that fighting games are kind of at a point where, is it as bad as it was in the mid to late 2000s? No, we're not there yet. But it certainly feels like we're getting there. Like, since we haven't had anything new from Capcom in 5 years, okay, Tekken is taking forever to release new games, right? Mortal Kombat and Injustice are continuing on from NetherRealm, but they kind of fizzle out competitively after a very short period of time. So, in reality, what do we really have that's really, mainstream supporting the fighting game community's vibrance and nothing. Nothing. It's the very, again, in 2009 you had Street Fighter 4, Marvel vs. Capcom 3, all these new versions of Street Fighter 4, and then a new version of Marvel vs. Capcom 3, Street Fighter Cross Tekken, multiple versions of, remember, there was a mainstream Tekken, and then Tekken Tag Tournament 2, plus Dead or Alive came back, plus Mortal Kombat had a reboot. It was like, wow, the fighting game renaissance, and it's over. In my opinion, we're getting back to stagnation. And is it because Capcom has moved on and said, we want to focus on Resident Evil, and we want to focus on Devil May Cry, and we want to focus on other franchises again? Maybe they realize we could just remake old games with modernized graphics and gameplay mechanics that it's not as bad or as difficult to develop as, say, a new fighting game from the ground up or whatever, and we can make a ton of money doing that, so why are we going to make Street Fighter 6 right now? You see, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but it just seems to me like fighting games have completely slowed down and no one really cares that much about them. Even releases like the Samurai Showdown game that came out last year, outside of the competitive fighting game community that were like foaming at the mouth for a new fighting game, it didn't get any mainstream appeal at all. I never played it. I never heard of anyone really wanting me to play it. So, I agree with you, Random Ron. I think what would it take for us to get out of this rut? Capcom needs to focus on fighting games again. In regards to, like, they have to make a new Street Fighter, for sure. It has to play better than Street Fighter 5, which plays terribly. And they need to, I would say, you know, the Versus series or something new. We have to get like 2 new fighting games from Capcom, and that might reinvigorate everyone else to start making fighting games again. I don't know. Zach the Guy asks, out of the many Resident Evil games that you have played, what would be your top 3, and is there one that you actually really hate? I would say, if you look at every Resident Evil game ever, Resident Evil 1 will always be my favorite. It's the one that actually, for me, started survival horror. Like, I couldn't tell you any mainstream survival horror games before Resident Evil. That one it brought survival horror into the mainstream with the way that it handled it, like almost like a cheesy B movie, but it had like all these horror movie cliches and things in it. It was the first game that I played that I actually legitimately felt scared. So that game I will always hold up in regard as the best survival horror game and the best Resident Evil ever. After that, I would argue Resident Evil 2 Remake. Probably the best in the entire franchise, because it's got very, very challenging gameplay elements, especially if you play it on the hardcore difficulty like I did. But it's got good variety of enemies. It's got great gameplay mechanics. It's got replayability with the 2 sides you play with the 2 different characters. It's just insanely well done. Probably one of, if not the best survival horror game that I've played. It's just that good. And then, you know, then after that, it kind of becomes, I don't know, maybe Resident Evil 4, you know, was really, really good when I remember playing it. I would say the one I don't like the most is Resident Evil 3. I feel Resident Evil 3 is too short to be a mainstream survival horror game. There's really no replayability after you play it once. There's no reason to go back and play it again. There's no scenario B. It has really annoying gameplay elements in it. Now, the remake actually did away with some of those elements. Like, for example, a time segment where you're rushing through zombies, and if you shoot wrong, you blow up a barrel that insta-kills everybody. That's not even in the game. They improved the game to the point where all that stuff was removed. But I would say original Resident Evil 3, the original version, is probably my least liked Resident Evil game in the whole franchise. Okay. Continuing on. Oh, we're only like not even 20 minutes into this part. We got a lot of time. All right, the next question is from Blanca Balls, and he asks the following. So, I've been asking various questions pertaining to your fighting game community history, such as playing in tournaments and returning to EVO in the future for any Street Fighter game. With your recent, more extensive comments on EVO and the developments surrounding the tournament leader, which we can talk about later, I guess, I now realize there's so much more going on than I ever could have suspected, even with you sharing a lot of your stories in these past years. I actually feel the need to apologize to you, and now I know what the real deal is. Just in summary, just so you guys know, a lot of people over the past decade have asked me, why don't I go back to EVO? I would love to see Phil go back to EVO. And there's multiple reasons why. First and primarily is that because I've moved on from being a competitive fighting game player. I don't really care about it anymore. As much as I do get the bug to play games at a competitive level and maybe win some matches and go back and play Super Turbo or something like that, it's not worth the amount of sacrifice that it takes, the amount of work I'd have to put into it, the money and time to go travel. You know what I mean? It's just not worth it. That's really the reason why you haven't seen me at EVO or tournaments or anything like that. But there's always been other reasons. Like, I knew that if ever I go back to EVO, I always face the chance that I'm going to kind of get treated unfairly behind the scenes, screwed over put up against matchups that people know are ridiculous and not fair. It's ridiculous because there's always been this kind of hatred towards me in the community, and in particular with Evo staff, because of bad blood that happened years and years and years ago that you would think by now would be exempt, but I really doubt it. At this point, there probably still would be shit that would go down behind the scenes, try to screw me over. So I really didn't care. I talked about this at length recently. All the controversy that's come out, Mr. Wizard, the allegations of his basically pedophiliac actions back 20 years ago at an arcade in California, and how basically everyone in the fighting game community kind of always knew the stories, but no one held him accountable for it until now, because one of his victims finally came out and admitted that, yeah, he basically stared at the guy's dick, which is fucked up because the kid was underage at the time. And then that, not only that, but then the fact that the canons, the people who own Evo behind the scenes, knew about this and didn't care, had Joey Queller or Mr. Wizard be the head of Evo for years and years and years, despite the fact that he was basically a scumbag behind the scenes back in the day. Don't know about modern day, and didn't care. Kind of swept it under the rug, didn't give a shit that any of it ever happened. And now Evo goes into their hands instead of Joey's, but it's like, but they knew all this, so how are they any better? So all that happening, and basically Evo falling apart, no Evo this year now because of all this going on. All right. Kind of gives a more interesting take on all the stuff I said about Evo over the years and the fact that I didn't want to go back to it and stuff. Just imagine you're getting into the fighting game community, the competitive fighting game community, and the first major tournament you go to that's not in your hometown, you get mistreated, you get cheated, you spent all this money, thousands of dollars to travel across the country just to get screwed, and the staff tells you they don't care. They just don't give a fuck. Tough shit, don't come back. That's the attitude we were given from these same guys who run Evo, you know. They always thought they were better than everyone else. They were like in charge because they were big wigs with money, and if you don't like it, it's their way or the highway. Tough shit, don't come back. That's what we were told repeatedly. You don't like what we do, don't come back. That's how it was, you know. So that's why you asked me, oh, Phil, you should just go back to Evo for old time's sake. Not only the fact that I don't really like the modern fighting games, but why would I go back to a place where that's how the attitude is how it's always been? You know what I mean? So let's continue. He says, now for my question, okay? Do you mind people frequently asking you about your tournament days back in Street Fighter? Do you mind people asking you if you would ever enter another tournament? I'm just very entertained when you play any Street Fighter game. I'd love to see some sort of comeback to a tournament. Thanks for all of your content over the years. Do I mind it? No. And the thing is, you know, I get the feeling that there will always be that element. When you see me play Street Fighter 2, and you see me pulling off cool strategies and combos and things and just dominating, people are like, wow, I'd like to see Phil actually go in a competitive setting and play these games. But, you know what I mean? Like, those days are in the past, and I gave them up purposely. I wanted to become a variety content creator. I wanted to go all in when I was a YouTube creator. Now I have a family and a life, and I really have no desire to sacrifice that to become a competitive player again. It would be a very concrete sacrifice. As of now, with what I do for a living, I feel I don't spend enough time with my family. I wish I had more time, more days off to spend with my wife and do stuff. Because right now we have 1 day a week we spend together. And outside of that, I saw her this morning, in the morning before I started working on my stream. I just saw her for 5 minutes during my break, you know. I'll see her for dinner before she goes to work, and then I'll see her for like an hour before we go to sleep tonight. We don't get significant time on days that we're working. It's only our day off that we really get to spend any kind of significant time together. Now, can you imagine? Oh, I want to become a competitive player. Now I'm going to have to practice constantly. I'm going to have to travel and pay money. Like, holy shit, you know. It ain't worth it. It's seriously not worth it at all. So, for me, I don't think it would ever be something that's going to happen. Would I ever, on a whim, on a one-off, maybe go to a tournament and try to compete if it was a game that I really liked? It might happen. I'm not going to say it's completely and utterly off the table for the rest of my life that I'll never go play competitive Street Fighter in any capacity ever again. But it's certainly not a concern. It's not a consideration. It's not something that I would care about. Am I bothered when people ask me about it? No. It was part of my life. It was a major part of my early YouTube career when I was putting out constant fighting game coverage of Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo HD Remix, Street Fighter 4 and its various iterations. And I understand why people want that from me, and a lot of people, when a new fighting game comes out, get hyped. They want to see my coverage of the new fighting game, right? And I'm there with you. You remember when Mortal Kombat came out last year? I played the shit out of it. I really enjoyed it. When new games come out, I play them. The problem is right now, there's nothing. There's nothing from Capcom to even fucking play. You know, when Street Fighter 6 come out, despite the fact if I like the game or not, you know I'm going to be playing it. I'm going to be covering every character, doing the story, playing it online. You know I'm going to do that. That's me. As a content creator and having a background in fighting games, I'm always going to enjoy doing that. But am I ever going to want to go back and play competitive fighting games again in any capacity? Probably not. But it may happen. Am I ever going to EVO? Probably not. Those motherfuckers don't want me back. They never wanted me back to begin with. And now that I've spoken out about Mr. Wizard and EVO, there's no fucking way they're ever going to want me back. They're petty people. They really are. They're petty people. And I know that if I went back, I would be treated unfairly. So I really don't ever see, unless EVO gets completely under new management, the canons, you know, have nothing to do with it whatsoever, you probably never see me back at EVO ever again. Ever. Maybe the one exception would be if I don't enter any official tournaments and I enter a side tournament for Super Turbo that has nothing to do, it's not run by EVO staff, maybe then I would consider it. But outside of that, that shit ain't gonna happen. Trust me, they know what I said on my stream. That's how they are. They probably were sent it by a million people. They watch it. Oh, motherfucker, he says that. It ain't worth it. RBG fan, cheers. I like to see Phil beat up that Mr. Wizard guy. I don't want to beat up anyone in real life. Sorry. Okay, continuing on. All right. Polish Frog actually asked a lot of really good questions for the show. In fact, on the pre-stream today, I had people vote for what vest I would wear if we hit the vest goal, which, by the way, we're not even close, so maybe this is the end of the vest streak today. I have no idea at this point. It's very likely the way that's looking. But, basically, Polish Frog not only had a lot of good questions, but a lot of good suggestions. Thank you for that, Polish Frog. I really do appreciate that. Let's get on to his questions, okay? I didn't pick all of them. I think I picked maybe one or two of his questions. Let's see here. So he says, it's been about 2 years since YouTube kicked you in the balls with the Google Plus suspension and then AdSense issues that caused you to go all in on Twitch. A little bit of history on that. It was about summer of 2018. YouTube screwed everything up. They were actually getting rid of Google Plus, but somehow in the process made it that Google Plus flagged my videos as spam, which makes no sense. I never wanted Google Plus integration with my YouTube channels. They forced it. It was literally mandatory to have a Google Plus integration. Then all of a sudden, as they were getting ready to shut down Google Plus, overnight they determined that all my videos were spam and they suspended my YouTube channel because of it. It's ludicrous. It made no fucking sense. Then I got all that fixed, but by the time I got it fixed, I couldn't enable ads on my channel anymore, so my whole channel was screwed up for like 2 months, okay? So, he says, what do you think about your decision to move to Twitch full-time in hindsight, okay? Any regrets about the changes that you made on both YouTube and Twitch around that time, the summer of 2018? Do you feel that you actually made the right move, changing your archive content from the 10-minute recordings into 1-hour long recordings, which is when I did it, was the summer of 2018? Has this led to you to be more focused on gameplay and stream chat compared to before, when you had to keep your eye on the timer to cut recordings every 10 minutes? Do you think that you'd ever start archiving your streams as a major 3.5 to 4 hour long video for an entire stream, and then a 2-hour video for the late stream? Or do you think that the hour-long recordings are a sweet spot for stream archives? Do you feel that going all in on Twitch and ditching YouTube has been a factor in the recent positivity that you've seen over the past year? Especially since Twitch hasn't given you anywhere near as many behind-the-scenes issues as YouTube has. And also, not to mention, Twitch as a platform is actually humans working for them there. You don't rely on bots to enforce the rules. That's a lot of questions, all right? All right, let's address each one in order. First of all, the changes I made on YouTube, all right? My videos went from being, say, anywhere from 10 minutes to 30 minutes long to basically a minimum of an hour, all right? What happened with that? Well, according to YouTube stats, engagement went up. What does that mean? It means that when you watch one of my videos, more people are watching it for a longer period of time. It used to be, some videos were watched for 30 seconds to a minute, people were out. Now the videos are longer, I guess engagement went up, okay? Actual interactions with the videos went up, meaning a video now gets way more likes, way more, things on it than it used to, okay? But you would think those things would have a positive impact, right? You would think, oh,
when a video gets more engagement or gets more of these positive factors that YouTube apparently is weighing, then the video should get more attention. And according to YouTube and the way that they explain their methodology, the more positive interactions, the more engagement a video gets, it's higher in the rankings. You have a higher chance to be viewed by a wider audience, and it's a higher chance for it to show up in a sidebar if someone's watching other videos. Oh, here's related videos. Okay? That's all fucking bullshit. I can tell you that right now. It's all bullshit. Putting my videos from 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes to an hour did nothing but hurt myself financially. Being very honest with all of you. Because here's what happened. I used to put out a video that's 15 minutes. That video would have maybe 2 ads, right? So if you watch an hour worth of gameplay, that's about 8 quick ads, and I would make a certain set amount of income on that. I put out a video now that's an hour long, that's supposed to have a certain amount of ads. Sometimes it'll have no ads. Sometimes it'll have a ridiculous amount of ads, like 20 ads. Now, I don't do that. That's all automated behind the scenes by YouTube. I have zero control over that. When I publish a video, YouTube just puts ads wherever the fuck they want, and I can't control that. Now, what I have the ability to do is every video that I upload to YouTube, after the fact, I can go back and take a look at what happened. Oh my God, this video has like 1 ad, it's an hour long. Oh my God, this video has 27 ads and it's an hour long. I can see that, and I have the ability to change that. In general, I just let it go. Whatever is on there, and I just let it go because it's not worth my time. I'd rather be focusing on being a live streamer and putting out quality streams for you guys than sitting behind the scenes on YouTube and adding ads, deleting ads, fucking with ads all day. I'm not an ad guy. I'm a content creator. I shouldn't be forced to do that because YouTube's system is inept. And it is. It always has been. YouTube can't decide anything to save their fucking life because it's all robots with terrible algorithms written by people who don't know what the fuck they're doing. It's always been like that. So it's funny because sometimes people tell me, I watched your whole playthrough, I didn't see a single ad. And then other times people are like, I couldn't even get through your video because there was 27 ads. I'm sorry. I wish I could control that. Unless I'm going to clone myself to sit there and fuck with ads all day on YouTube, I have no real control over it, and I don't have time to work on that. Okay? But what I can tell you is this. Summer of 2018, I changed my video format from being anywhere from 10 to 30-minute long videos instead to hour-long videos. My revenue on YouTube went like this. Into the fucking shitter. That's why I basically had to 100% focus on being a live streamer, and I don't care about content I create for YouTube anymore because my ad revenue went from being my primary source of income to, all right, kind of like maybe 60% of my income to, all right, maybe 50% of my income to, all right, still about a third of my income to like not even 10%. That's how bad it got. It's just, and every month it's fucked up too. Like 1 month I'll put out more videos or I'll play better games. Views are sky high and I make less money because YouTube can't sell the ad space because they suck at what they do. So it's ridiculously ludicrous how bad YouTube is. What I can tell you is this. All right. Luckily for me, I have turned things around. When I started being a full-time streamer, I told you my goal was to make it that my streams would be my focus and my streams would be my primary source of income. That is 100% accurate as of today. YouTube is kind of an afterthought. I don't put effort into what I put on YouTube. It's literally just cut up the streams, upload raw. I would never put effort into a YouTube video because there's no point. There's literally no point.
I don't have money to do it. 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 I don't have money to do it.
There's no point in me even trying. So everyone for years told me if you make longer videos, you'll get higher engagement. Your videos will be better on YouTube. You'll get more viewership. The complete opposite happened. My views tanked because I was making less videos. My ad revenue tanked because I was making less videos. And everything on YouTube went south since the summer of 2018 because of the supposedly positive changes I made and everyone told me to make. Literally backfired and did the opposite. Thank God I was able to adjust my streams to become as popular and profitable as they have, because if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be here anymore. Okay? Now, is it easier now because I don't have to make, take track of the length of every video and basically say, oh, I have to stop the recording, start the recording every 15 minutes to 30 minutes. Yeah, that was annoying. And it became something natural that I did over the years. I had this almost like a natural timer in my head. I could tell when it was about 15 minutes or when it was about 30 minutes. I don't have to do that anymore. every hour I just stop and start the video again, which is pretty easy to do. It's much easier in that regard for sure. Would I ever start archiving my streams as one video? Like, let's say Ask the King would be one video for YouTube, right? No, and here's why. Even though that would make it super easy for me, now I don't have to split it up at all, YouTube has major problems with the longer a video is, okay? The longer a video, YouTube just constantly has issues. If you have a video that's over an hour, you exponentially increase the failure rate of YouTube to actually be able to process that video in a normal time frame and put it live. If I made Ask the King one video and I uploaded it, I wouldn't be surprised if it stuck in YouTube processing for a day and didn't go live for an extended period of time, or just air it out entirely, because YouTube has issues with long videos, always has. It's gotten better for sure. The hour-long videos seem to always work now, which is good. But every once in a while, a problem pops up its ugly head, and then a video gets screwed up, and I have to re-upload it a bunch of times. But the few times when I would make a video longer than an hour, I just seriously think it's not worth it. It's terrible, I'm just not going to bother doing it. It's too much of a risk factor of me having to upload, re-upload. Oh, now it's just not working at all. Split the video in a video editor and re-upload. I'm just not going to do. I'll do like I said, the hour-long videos is kind of the sweet spot for me right now. Okay. Do I feel like going all in on Twitch and ditching YouTube was a major factor in the recent positivity that I've seen over the past year, especially because Twitch doesn't give me any problems behind the scenes like YouTube does, and Twitch has a platform with humans who work there? Yes, and the thing is, like I said, doing this kind of content, interactive content with you guys on stream, I feel is way more meaningful. And in reality, I enjoy doing this way more than the content I used to put out. And I just love it. I love being here. It's a different mentality. On YouTube, it was kind of like whenever I put out a video for like many years there, I'd say probably the years 2015 through 2017. Whenever I put out a video, it was shit on the video, tell Phil he's terrible, harass Phil, and now I can be in an environment where it's not like that. Are there people who razz me all the time? Of course. And it's fine. I run with the memes or whatever. But in general, it's not about 100% Phil's a piece of shit and we're just here to basically destroy him and make him feel like he's a worthless human and, make his day miserable. Instead, people actually want to hang out with me, have fun interaction. It's good in that regard. And you're right. Unlike YouTube, you got an issue on Twitch. I have contacts I can reach out to get the issue addressed within a reasonable amount of time. But just in general, I haven't had any issue. Like, when you really think about it, I think Twitch changed their rules or whatever in early 2018. And yeah, I got suspended like twice. And after that, it's been 2.5 years. I haven't had to speak to a single person on Twitch staff. Not a single person. I've had no issues, nothing that I need to work with them on, because I just do my thing. I don't break the rules, and they ignore all the insane, stupid, false reports against me, and I never have an issue. So I love it. I love being here on Twitch, and yeah, I do feel that the positivity towards me is a direct factor is because I became a full-time live streamer rather than a content creator on YouTube. I don't think that ever would have been possible on YouTube. I'm serious. I feel like I reinvented myself in the last 3 years, and this never would have happened on YouTube. It would not have been possible. The toxicity would have always continued on YouTube no matter what I tried. Silent Bob just tipped me $37. Thank you very much, Silent Bob, for the biggest tip of the day. A very generous tip. Let's get that up on the leaderboard. And that's going to propel us to being more than halfway to the tips goal. We're now at $61 in tips for the day. Thank you very much for that, Silent Bob. It's good to see you. And thank you for helping us to try to at least, make some headway on the tips goal there. It's amazing. Dooley258 just subscribed for 53 months. Dooley, holy shit. That's what? Like 5+ years of support? Thank you, Dooley, for the ongoing long-term support. I appreciate that. It's good to see you. Guys, please give me a second. I feel like I'm about to sneeze. I want to use a tissue. Give me a second. I'll be right back.
Sorry about that. My allergies this year have been pretty bad on and off, and sometimes my air conditioner turns on, and it just, oh God, I gotta sneeze so bad. I just wanted to get that out of the way. Okay, let's continue, everyone. Now we're actually gonna move on to Twitter questions for the second half of this video. I don't know if we're gonna get through all the Twitter questions. We'll see. Okay, so the first question is from Vicente. He says, would you, The Last of Us 2 or Death Stranding, which one would you prefer and why? Now that's an interesting question, okay? That's a really interesting question. And the reason I like that question is because you've got two games that are almost in completely opposite situations, all right? First of all, when you look at The Last of Us Part 2 as well as Death Stranding, the one thing that both games did well was the graphics and the actual, like, world design of each game. I think that each one of those did outstanding, that they hit the mark when it came to, you know, level design, things you were traversing looked gorgeous. The character models and everything in the games looked absolutely amazing. And the graphics overall, just in general, of those games were outstanding, right? I mean, we can all admit that. I don't think anyone's going to say, nah, the games are terrible. They are. But they were complete polar opposites when it came to what was good and bad about each game. So the Death Stranding was a game where most of the gameplay mechanics of the game were very basic. Basic third-person shooter style gameplay. There were a few elements in there that felt kind of like Metal Gear, admittedly. But it was mostly about traversing mountainous regions or rocky regions, getting through them and delivering packages, okay? Not the most riveting gameplay. Was there gameplay with combat and everything? There was, but it was kind of secondary to just walking from point A to point B, using vehicles to drive from point A to point B, building bridges, that kind of stuff. Not the best gameplay. Were there some boss fights? Yes, the boss fights were kind of the more refreshing parts of the game. But even then, all right, even then, when it comes to, I got to ban someone because they're spamming copy pasta because they're a brain-dead fucking idiot. I had to get rid of them, okay? Even then, when it comes to the boss fights, they were more simplistic. They weren't very challenging or interesting. A lot of cases, they were just kind of interjected to feel like, oh, there's no fight in the game. But the primary gameplay of Death Stranding, boring. But one of the best stories this console generation, for sure, if not the last 10 years, a completely original work. Was it weird? Absolutely. But was it entertaining? Yeah. Kojima did an amazing job with the story of that game. I like that story a lot. That story will resonate with me for a long time because it was lengthy and drawn out, had all these mystery questions that were answered. By the end of the game, all the loose ends were tied up. You had characters, you didn't know who they were, then they get revealed. Oh my God, what a twist and all of that. And in my opinion, the game's story was absolutely outstanding. I loved it. Every moment of it. And I was sad when the game would push me into a gameplay segment that felt like it was boring and drawn out. Now, the gameplay was made that way for a reason. The whole point of the game was a long journey and stuff like that, and the connections between people. It was meant to be like that. The gameplay was purposely made to have segments that felt like they were long, arduous, and boring. But the overall work of art, when you look at Death Stranding, was entertaining, to say the least. It was a really good game when you looked at it, when you got to the end of that story. Like, wow, I toughed through the parts that were kind of arduous and tedious, and maybe this game could have been a lot better if the gameplay was better. But man, it was a wild ride, and I'm happy I played it. At the end of the day, you feel like, wow, that was a great story, man. It was worth the trip. The Last of Us Part 2 is the complete opposite. Although it has insane character models that are great, and it has great graphics and all of that, and great world design, the gameplay is insanely improved from The Last of Us Part 1 to the point where the whole sneaking, survival, looting, solving puzzles, platforming aspect of the game, the exploration aspect of the game, leaps and bounds better than the first game. The actual just gameplay of the game is fun, much better than the first game. Although a lot of people might say, well, the first game had more run and gun. That is true. This game made the gunplay much more difficult, but at the same time, you had other elements that made that gameplay better. There was a really cool boss fight that I absolutely enjoyed in Last of Us Part 2. So, gameplay, sky-high improvement, right? Like technical achievement, even. But then you look at the story, and it's like, the story, sadly, is not well written. It's timed very poorly with flashback jumps and time lapses. Playing as one character during one timeline, then playing as another character aside from the same timeline and splitting it up instead of being in chronological order just makes it frustrating and confusing. The characters are not likable for a lot of people. I know a lot of people disagree with that, but for me, the characters are just not likable because of the way that they're developed and set up. A lot of the characters from the first game don't even act like the same people as the first game. They retcon things about their personalities and things. It's just a mess. The story is a fucking mess. And when you have a game like that, most people enjoyed The Last of Us Part 1 for the story, and then, my God, the great graphics and the gameplay were just the icing on the delicious cake that was the complete game. In this game, it's like delicious, amazing chocolate frosting on top of a shit sundae. You know? I don't want to eat the shit sundae. In fact, I even said to people, if ever there's a Last of Us Part 3, which I almost guarantee you, there's going to be a Last of Us Part 3 because the game sold so well, I will skip every cutscene if I replay The Last of Us Part 2. I'm not exaggerating. Like, I just hated the story so much that I will play the game, but every time there's a cutscene, skip, till I get to the next part of gameplay. Because the gameplay was great and the graphics were great. I will have to replay it again and re-experience the gameplay. I don't care about the story. It's terrible. It's a piece of shit. And I would, you know what I mean? That's the deal for me. So, when I'm looking, and you ask me, Last of Us Part 2 or Death Stranding, I would replay Death Stranding in its entirety again. If I had a choice between the two games, I would replay Death Stranding in its entirety again before I would replay The Last of Us Part 2 in its entirety again. I would. I would go through the arduous, tedious, annoying shit, and maybe the second time around try to learn how the stupid pulley system or whatever it was worked, which I ignored the first playthrough. I would maybe try to do things differently, and I would probably thoroughly enjoy the story a second time around. I would not want to play The Last of Us Part 2 in its entirety ever again. I just don't ever want to see those cutscenes one more fucking time. I would bear through the arduous tediousness of the gameplay of Death Stranding again before I would watch that horrible writing and those terrible fucking plot of Last of Us Part 2 again. So, Death Stranding, thumbs up. Last of Us Part 2, thumbs down in that regard. The head-to-head battle, Kojima wins. He did a better job.
You want to play the fucking game?
Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I received a $39 anonymous tip. We hit the tips goal, guys. Let's update everything. And so the people on the pre-stream used a new system today by which they used their channel points or penne points to vote early on what vest I would be wearing. And the vest that went out was the platinum vest. So I'm going to put on the platinum vest per the request of the viewers earlier today. We're now up to $100 in tips. Thank you for the support, everyone. 175. That means we're halfway to the 200 vest goal and this next festival celebration. Let me get the vest on, and then we'll continue. Okay. Vestige achieved. Alright, guys. Ponage101 resubscribed for 24 months. That's 2 years of support from Ponage. And he says, 2 years, we're sharing the sub anniversary. Awesome. Thank you, Ponage, for the ongoing support. I appreciate that. Only Ice Coffee gifted a sub to Human Milk. Congratulations, Human Milk.
Are you a functional retard? I have to ask.
Alice Telemon did a 50-bit cheer. He says, you were fully ready to not hit the streak today. However, we were not. Booyah. Thank you for that nice statement and the support, Atlas Telemon. And Only Ice Coffee gifted a sub to Mockingjay Bird. Congratulations, Mockingjay Bird. Again, thank you, Only Ice Coffee. All right, let's continue. Snow White asked the following question. As a person that's a versatile gamer, you've played every genre of games. So my question is, what's your opinion on decision-based games where your choices decide how the story unfolds, and why do you think they're not so popular or get recognition like most other games? What this person is describing is basically the Telltale model of game, where it's kind of choose your own adventure, narrative choices, or quick time event choices that you make determine how the game unfolds. I honestly think that they're not as popular for two reasons, alright? The first reason is, a lot of these games are bait and switch. Meaning, it says that your choices matter. Oh, Clementine will remember that. Clementine will remember that choice you made. In reality, it doesn't matter. Like, a lot of these games pretend like the choice matters, but they all steer you towards the same narrative end anyway. Maybe there's a slight nuance in the way that one thing is done versus another.
What do I do?
The person who comes with you, the way that you do it. But if the resolution and ending is exactly the same, then did your choices really matter during that supposed choose-your-own-adventure game? No. Not at all. It's the illusion of choice to just end you at the same destination anyway. So I think a lot of people kind of realized that over the years. At first, when Telltale Games were making these games, people bought into it, and then they kind of realized, wait a minute, if you do this choice or this choice, it's the same anyway. Well, that's kind of messed up. So because of that, a lot of people just stopped caring about those games. There was also a massive oversaturation of the market of those games for a several-year period. I say about 4 or 5 years there, where Telltale was putting out way too many. You had Walking Dead, Wolf Among Us, Tales from the Borderlands, Game of Thrones, Batman 1 and 2, right? All coming out within like a year. You're like, what the fuck? Like, how am I supposed to play all those? You know? And that's the thing, is like, it just got oversaturated to the point where people stopped caring about that style of game, and Telltale went out of business because of that. Now, the other factor here, I feel, is value for your dollar and the perceived value of one of those games. If you play a game like that, you're going to probably play it through once, right? And you're going to really enjoy it the first time through that you play it. But then, is there really any replayability for playing it a second time? A Telltale game, almost never. The Telltale games almost always, if not always, have the same resolution. It doesn't matter what you chose. It's the same ending no matter what. Therefore, there's zero replayability. Maybe you'll see a slightly different cutscene here or there, but what was the point? With games like, I would say, from the people who made, I forget the name of it, David Cage, when he makes games like Beyond Two Souls, or Detroit Become Human, or, you know, Heavy Rain. Those games actually have concrete changes that can happen in the plots and stuff, depending on what you choose. People can die at various points. The outcome of the game can actually change at the end. And at least with those games, you replay it at least another time just to see the differences in your choices. So at least there's some replayability there. But in general, games as a whole have become longer and more lengthy and had more content to them in recent years. If you haven't noticed, in the past 5 years, this console generation is now, these consoles can have more capacity and more processing power. Every game's open world, and every game is 50 hours long. Sadly, there's perception out there that if you make one of these choice-based games, plot-based games, the game's only 5 hours long, and you play it once, maybe you replay it one more time, and you rush through it, so you got 8 hours out of a game. See what I mean? The perceived value is much lower. Now, for me, being a versatile gamer who's played all these different types of games, I can tell you, I've had just as much enjoyment with a franchise like The Walking Dead from Telltale Games as I've had with a 50-hour open-world action-based game or RPG. But a lot of people don't see it that way. They just, it's apples to apples, 50 hours to 7 hours. It's not the same. Therefore, this game's better than this one. And I do feel that, sadly, that is kind of an unfair justification to make. I do feel there is still a place in the gaming market for this kind of game. I mean, last year we had Man of Medan. Later this year in October, we're going to have the horror-style Japanese that's coming out still, and they're still continuing on. Apparently, they're selling enough that the franchise continues. That's great, because I like that. I don't want to see every single game franchise, like the David Cage games, the games from those horror game makers. I don't want to see those games go away because people now have perceived value in the length of a game, and because the games aren't lengthy, they're not going to buy them anymore. So for me, I think there's a way for it, or a place for it, and a way for those games to be popular. I do, and I hope to see them continue. But I think that, sadly, there's just these judgments that people make
about
those style of games that are kind of unfair. Or it could be, you know, again, their value they see in a game is length. And if those games usually are not very long, the value is not there, and they're going to skip them. And that's why people kind of don't hold them in the same high regard. Okay?
Let's follow around
ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our second break of the stream. So if you're watching live on stream, it's going to be about a 10-minute break right now. If you're watching on YouTube, this is the end of part 2. When we come back with part 3, we'll finish up the Twitter questions, and then we're going to open forum for people on the stream to ask some questions to end the show. So thank you so far, everyone, for all of your support. I really do appreciate that a lot. And I will see you right after this break. Thanks. See you in a bit. now. Now, this shocks me. Listen, man, you suck ass. We were winning, and now we're losing because you are a failure. The rumor going around in the coronavirus test, if you have health insurance, is like $300 to $500. If you don't, it's like $1,600. What the fuck? All right, Exultia. BWT, cheers with your bits. I'll trade you bits for toilet paper.
control you, just as in a game. But don't try to fight me back. You can't break me. Try it, and you shall I'm back. Boo. So now that I'm right here, so where should we go? We have the world at our feet. Nothing is impossible. But the voices in your head keep telling you isn't true. That you should give up. No, no, no. 'Cause even if the heat wins this war, I will fight for you. And I'll go where you go, where you go.
We did. We're up to 710 subs. That is excellent. Thank you guys for the support. Of course, also thank you for allowing me to hit the tips goal again, continuing the vest streak. That is much appreciated. Very good, very good. All right, are you guys ready to come back from break here? I hope so. All right, the final segment coming in a moment. Here we go. Alrighty, ladies and gents, I'm back. Welcome to the third and final segment for Ask the King, episode 82 for July 9th, 2020. If you haven't seen the first two segments and you're watching this on demand on YouTube, go check them out on the King of Hate vlogs. They should be live already. If you're here live on stream, welcome back from the break. No, don't worry. We did not have an error. OBS did have an error, but I fixed it. It is recording. Don't worry. Some people were saying that. Okay. The time has come for the conclusion. Let us finish up with the Twitter questions. Then we're going to open it up to live questions on the stream chat. But first, let's do some shout outs to patrons. That's right. I still have a Patreon over at patreon.com/darksidefil where people pledge every month and help me out. I appreciate everyone who does. It's time for our shout outs on Ask the King. Thank you to the following ongoing patrons who still support me, including Stormforce Gamer, The Resistance,
Does that sound like
Ryan, Gutter Drums,
No,
David
sounds
Denmark,
nothing like that at
Big
all.
Tone 995, Villix, Casey Wood, Michael Denayal, QPZMWN, Planet Jeff, Sean Given, and Thomas McDonald. Thank you all for the ongoing support. And remember,
If you pledge $20 or more to my Patreon, you get your question answered for sure on the show. Planet Jeff was the first person to get a question answered because of that. Please give it a look. Patreon.com/DarkSideFilled. Thanks for the support, guys. Okay. Let us now move on to the final slew of questions. So this question is from Thomas, and he asks the following. He says, every move you make, every word you say, every tiny thing that you do, I'll be watching you. No, he didn't say that. He says, everything that you do is constantly picked apart and scrutinized to try and find some sort of conspiracy or a deeper meaning hidden behind your actions. Granted, you've admitted yourself that you've had to at times not tell the full story or just give little tidbits. Why is it, in your opinion, that you have such a massive following dedicated to unraveling the real truth, when any other streamer or YouTuber can do things to protect private parts of their life and not suffer any backlash? I certainly think that I have a unique situation. The reason is multifaceted, all right? First of all, I've been around for a long time. I was around 12 years ago when YouTube was a completely different place, before live streaming was even prominent, and my style of content back then is very different than who I am today and what I put out today. And admittedly, that style of content, a lot of people could eventually have issue with over the years. I mean, just look at cancel culture now, and how everyone is looking back at things people did 10 years ago and saying, haha, we're bringing this up today, you brushed it under the rug, but now we call it out. For me, always being a public-facing figure, and a person that's always had a lot of attention on him, literally everything I've ever done went under a microscope, okay? And the thing is, a lot of the things from back in the day that I did that were wrong, I've openly admitted over the years were wrong, and I've changed to not do that stuff anymore. So even though cancel culture might like to look at me for something I did 10 years ago and say, you made a joke about Jews and Nazis, I've publicly apologized for that joke a million times, admitted how stupid, immature, and dumb it was, and I would never do anything like that again. And I've lived up to those words, so I can continue to be a better person in the present day, right? So there you go. Now, admittedly, okay, when you talk about me and the stuff that I do, there are people literally watching this stream right now live. They are trying to take things out of context. They are trying to take things, the ways that I say, way I look today, and they're trying to freeze frame things to say he looks bad here, look how stupid he looks here. They're trying to take things that I say out of context or twist them in a way that I don't mean to make me look bad. They're literally at every waking moment trying to find a way to say and do something negative towards me, okay? And you might say, how the fuck did that happen? The thing is, it's probably different for a lot of different people. Maybe some people just have a bug up their butt about me for something that I said or did over the years. Maybe it's one of those things I did a million years ago, and they just can't let it go. They can't find it in their heart to forgive me for the messed up stuff that I did in the past, and therefore they latch onto me and harp on it. Maybe there's people out there who are part of a community of people who are very, very antisocial people who don't have big, productive, vibrant, positive lives of their own. Instead, they look for an online community of people like themselves to latch onto and have a group think kind of a feeling so that they feel that there's some kind of worth or value to the things that they say. When you say something negative about someone and 10 other people corroborate it, all of a sudden you feel like you're not alone and you have some kind of a value, right? And sadly, I hate to say it, that's pretty much what's happened with a lot of these people, whether it's someone who's a content creator on YouTube who illegally rebroadcasts my stuff and now has a mob of people constantly shitting on me on a daily basis, following along with their negative memes and the things that they say about me, or it's an entire forum's worth of people who for the greater part of 5 to 7 years have literally microanalyzed every piece of my life, obsessed over it, and literally just pile on me with the most obsessive, really fucked up, compulsive shit over at Kiwi Farms, all right? There's just giant groups of people who for some reason have come together to shit on me on the internet, whether it's for their own personal gain or whatever it may be. I have no idea, okay? I have absolutely no idea. You would have to go to those places and ask those people directly. What is your reason for being here and shitting on Phil? Well, I think he's a horrible person because of this thing that he did or that thing he does or ba-ba-da-ba-da. Well, you know, and then people will counter with something, well, I don't think that that's the case. And, you know, everyone has a right to their own opinion. Special delivery! But I think you're right, Alice, in saying, unlike most other content creators, I, for some reason, literally can't ever get a break. No one can ever give me the benefit of the doubt. Everyone always has to kind of pull out something negative out of something that I say or do. You know what I mean? I'll give you a perfect example.
we were just previously talking about this whole Evo thing, how Evo has fallen apart because Mr. Wizard was exposed as a pedophile and had pedophilic actions that he did back in the 90s. So the person who basically exposed Mr. Wizard and came out with their own story is someone who I personally know because I used to have interactions with this person on a daily basis back when I used to be a major part of IRC chats on the internet around Street Fighter in the 90s and the early 2000s. I know the guy. He's credible. He used to go to Sunnyvale Golfland Arcade where Mr. Wizard used to work, and he's never come out and talked about these stories like this in detail before. And when he finally did, I basically went on to Twitter and I said, wow, number one, good on you for coming out with
Tevin's
that
fault.
story. But another thing that this person had said in their public story was, we were all pieces of shit back then. We all did really immature things. We did fucked up things. And in particular, he was like, man, I hope that people will take my story seriously because I used to be a really bad IRC troll. He used to be one of the people who come out and troll Street Fighter players and do negative things to them. And he's like, despite that fact, I hope people will take my story seriously. So my tweet to this guy was, hey man, we were all pieces of shit back in the day. I was just as much of a troll as you were, but I'm really happy that you came out with your story, and I'm sorry these things happened to you. I'm glad that you
don't care.
Exposed what's going on to the world. People literally took that tweet, okay? Literally took that tweet and said, Phil is defending a pedophile. What? What are you talking about? Phil is defending a pedophile with my tweet to this guy, backing him up and standing out and saying, don't worry about who you were in the past. We will believe you in the present. Thanks for coming out. I'm defending a pedophile with my tweet to this guy. Why? Because they say, well, Phil was talking about Mr. Wizard when he says that we were all pieces of shit back in the day. And he's saying, don't worry about that. We all did things we regret, so Mr. Wizard should be forgiven. I never said that at all. I'm not even talking about Mr. Wizard. I'm talking to the person who I know from IRC about our own personal experiences of being trolls back in the day and how we've changed for the better in the present. But people literally took the tweet and said it meant something else when it didn't to make me look bad. This is what these idiots do. They are nuts. They are fucking nuts. Okay? I can't believe whenever people tell me you have to check out something over on Kiwi Farms because people are saying really fucked up stuff about you and your family and they're threatening you and you need to check it out for your own safety, and I go over there, I can't believe the shit that I see over there. It's like you look at that, you're like, what normal human would do this? Like I'm sure you guys have heard about the video Down the Rabbit Hole, all right? You want to say my life is a rabbit hole? No. Kiwi Farms is the rabbit hole. Because when you go there and you start reading the shit that's over there, it's like, what the fuck is going on with these people? These people are not normal. They're not normal. These people don't have normal thought processes. The normal person wants to come, okay, what's Phil's latest antics? Let me laugh at it for 5 minutes. They don't look at, I'm going to give you an example. Just one example, then we're going to move on because I can't go down that rabbit hole. That anything over there is infinitely worse than anything that I've ever said and done in a video or a stream. It's so nuts the shit that goes on over there. Right now, okay, stuff is going good for me.
In their
okay,
heads,
as you guys know, recently I've talked about this. Things are going pretty good for me behind the scenes and everything. The streams are going positively.
What do I do?
Good. Those people are losing their shit so badly on a daily basis. They can't stand it. So instead of having anything to talk about, they literally make shit up. Someone actually told me last night, they sent me a link and said, you've got to check this out. They said, you know how all the memes and shit that were about you were negative for a while about your bankruptcy, and then it was about stupid WWE mobile games and shit. He's like, you've got to see what they're talking about now. I was like, I can't wait. I clicked on it. They're making fun of me for the video that I made like 6 years ago making pasta sauce. The one time I documented myself making pasta sauce, okay, in one of my vlogs, I did a series of videos. This is how I make my pasta sauce. They're literally there's nothing going on now. So what do? They micro-analyze videos from 5 to 6 years ago to try to find something to make fun of me. So I was reading this, and it's like, did you see the amount of sugar he put in his sauce? Can you believe he put that sugar? Like, what Italian would put that amount of sugar in their pasta sauce? Now, what's hilarious about this situation is, back then, we're talking 5-6 years ago, I had moved out here to Washington. It was the very first time I was actually making my own pot of Italian sauce, and I was using my mother's recipe to make this pot of sauce. My mother's recipe is very much estimation. She's even told me, she's like, I put measurements in the recipe, but they're not right. She's like, I eyeball it, and I've adjusted over the years to make the sauce taste good per my own liking. So chances are, when you make your own pasta sauce, you want to adjust it on the fly. You can use this as a guideline the first time or second time you do it, but you're going to want to do it to your own liking. So the first time I made my family recipe pasta sauce, I think it said like a cup of sugar. Put that in the sauce, right? So I did, and the first time I tasted it, I was like, that sauce is too sweet. So every single time I've made the pasta sauce since then, I reduced the sugar. At this point, I don't even put in a third of a cup of sugar when I make my pasta sauce. I put in just enough to give it a tiny bit of a little additional sweetness to maybe, edge off the acidity, and that's it. That's one of the major adjustments I made. Also, there's all these other things I've done to the sauce. I make it more spicy now and everything. But I haven't done a new video of me making pasta sauce in like 5 to 6 years. So things are so not toxic and bad on my streams these days. These people are so obsessive compulsive about me. We have to go back to Phil's history 5-6 years ago and pull out the fact that he put sugar in his pasta sauce and make fun of him for 3 forum pages about this. This is what I mean. That's what when Thomas is adjusting, you don't even know the level of rabbit hole these people are in when they do this crazy shit. And that's what I mean. Like, people think a lot of the times that I'm like exaggerating or I'm making stuff up. No, these people are fucked. These people try to get as much possible information about myself and my family members as they can that has nothing to do with me or anything on the content of my streams. Zero to do with the content of my streams, but let's try to expose as much as possible and make fun of Phil for it and be disgustingly toxic about it. They are messed up in the head. You would not be a normal person with a happy, robust, healthy life and go to somewhere like that and behave like those people do. Not one of those people is normal, okay? And that's bad, because that's a self-propagating community of people who they're encouraging that kind of disgusting and toxic behavior. And that's not good. That's like you're creating a community of people who think it's okay to overstep the boundaries of normal human behavior. And it's fine. They got no moral conscience anymore. They think that they can just literally say and do whatever they want and get away with it because they're on a protected forum somewhere. It's gross. It's fucked up. It's disgusting to the level of absurdity. Okay? It's not normal mental health. It's not. And it's scary. Because even though you might say, well, nothing on there is so bad, that kind of behavior just pushes other people to take the next step and take the next step and take the next step. And how long is it going to be until they think that it's okay to start doing things, advancing in real life and shit? Which it's not. Everyone knows. No. Content creators, you leave them the fuck alone. You may think they're the worst content creator on the planet. You don't fucking try to fuck with them in real life. But that's the level of insanity over there. That someone, years ago, what was it, last year? They were actually making jokes, real jokes, about how they could break into my private community and break into my house when I'm not here because I was visiting my parents in Connecticut, in ways that they could get away with it. And they were even writing out plans on how to do it. All right. And that was the first time I ever was alerted. You need to go check out Kiwi Farms because there's people literally making plans to break into your house and you need to alert the police, which I did. I showed it all to the police and they're well aware of Kiwi Farms and its presence. So if anything ever happens to me or my wife or my family, the first fucking place they're ever going to go is Kiwi Farms and find those motherfuckers because they publicly post all of it like the mentally ill idiots they are. Okay. But yeah, like, it's crazy what people do. And it's just going to take one person to not understand that that's the line of online stuff and just speculation and not actually taking it to the realm of reality and doing those fucked up things those people talk about. It's going to take one person to lose their mind and do it. That's going to basically put me and my life and my family's life at risk. And it ain't, I'm telling you, it's not going to go well because everyone's already been notified. Everything's already protected. You know what I mean? Like, everyone's well aware of the situation going on over there. So anyway, it's fucked up. But why did this happen to me and not other content creators? I could not tell you. Because here's the thing too. Kiwi Farms is not just me, it's a bunch of other people under there too. And just once I casually started viewing the other people that are under there, and it's no one else like me. They don't have Wings of Redemption there. They don't have LTG. You know, other streamers who are compared to me regularly are not on there and are not just, you know, dissected and fucking obsessively, compulsively obsessed over like I am. I don't know why. I don't know why it's me. You would have to ask those people why they think I'm somehow worthy of that amount of wasted time of their lives. Because I can't answer that. I'm a sane individual like you. I can't answer those kind of questions. Okay? All right, continuing on. Devontae asks, would you be willing to return to games that you quit in the past, especially before streaming? Whether it's due to false copyright claims like Splinter Cell conviction or you lost patience at the time. I personally would have been curious to see if you ever would have finished Crysis 3 if you had a stream chat to help you out. Yeah, like, there were games back in the day that I just said, fuck this, and I quit for various reasons. Splinter Cell conviction is because false copyright strikes, claiming they were Ubisoft and they were shutting me down, which they weren't, but I had no desire to go back to the game after I got the copyright strike cleared up. Crysis 3, I just hated the fucking game. I really thought it was terrible, but if Stream Chat was there to say, oh, here's how you do this easily or that, maybe I would have persisted. But I'm sure there's people out there who catalog the stuff that I've done, and if you guys ever wanted to see me go back and finish unfinished business, I'd be willing to do so. I'm sure, you know, I'm doing a viewer's choice event right now where that could be a good candidate of a game that people nominate. Or maybe I could do a special event in the future if people were interested. If I hit a sub goal, I'll do a marathon checking out games that I had rage quit in the past or something like that. Okay? Okay. RBG fan cheers at Kiwi Farms is the neckbeard's lair. I don't even really know what a neckbeard is, so I can't even answer there. Let's see. Vempirus asks, the best fighting game of this generation and why? Honestly, like, if you're talking sheer amount of content and fun factor overall, probably the Mortal Kombat franchise or the Injustice franchise, because NetherRealm treats their games like a full package. For NetherRealm, when they make a fighting game, it's about the story, the supplemental content, as well as the competitive nature of the game. So you're going to get fun storylines, plus you're going to get optional modes, but you'll also get online gameplay like you get with everything else. If you're talking quality of the gameplay, probably Tekken, what was it, Tekken 7 or Tekken 8, whatever the last Tekken was probably the highest up there when it came to technical level of gameplay, I feel. I actually really like Dragon Ball FighterZ. It just wasn't my style of game once it came to the meta and the high-level gameplay of constant rush down. I kind of didn't like it anymore. But I liked that the fact that it was basically true to the actual original source material of anime, that when you play the game, it feels like you're actually playing those fighters fighting each other. So, technical, Tekken 7. Alright? Fun factor, either the Mortal Kombat or Injustice franchise. Okay? There you go. Jonathan asks, how did you go about training Jasper to use a litter box when you got him? I'm considering getting a cat, but I don't want it peeing everywhere. First of all, we didn't get him as a kitten. We got him as a 2-year-old, we think. We don't even know his real age, but 2-year-old cat. We rescued him from a shelter. He was already trained. But cats in general learn that stuff much more quickly than dogs. Dogs kind of need training to know where to go outside to go. Cats, when they gravitate towards a litter box that has cat litter in it, they just kind of know to do it. They know to go in there and bury their stuff. That's their instinct. So it's actually very easy. Beast Bod asks, it seems like people outside of Halo and Gears of... let me try this again. It seems like outside of Halo and Gears of War, Xbox doesn't have many exclusives to draw people in like they do, like PlayStation does, basically. What franchise would they resurrect or claim they could draw more people to the Series X? I mean, we already have an idea because supposedly it's been discovered that they just renewed the trademark for the Fable franchise. So it's speculated they're going to make a new Fable game or they're making a new Fable game. But outside of that, I don't know. Like, there aren't a lot of great franchises out there that are under the Microsoft umbrella. A lot of the ones that they were touting were going to be great, like State of Decay, Sea of Thieves, they're duds. So, you know, I think it's going to be more about bringing in new stuff. Like having these studios develop brand new IPs that are good. Rather than, oh, what's an existing Microsoft IP that should be brought back, honestly. I can't really think of many. Like someone just said Perfect Dark. Bringing back Perfect Dark is not going to put butts in seats. It's not going to sell consoles, you know? It's not. They need to focus in on new stuff, in my opinion. So, Let's see here. Golden Cold says, do you believe cancel culture is moral and just? The way things are going in the country, you could be hounded for having potentially any beliefs that differ from the mainstream worldview. And the moment you defend yourself, you could be silenced and fired from your job, etc. Cancel culture is a slippery slope. I've already talked about this before. Cancel culture originally started out a couple years ago as a way to expose people who previously were completely immune to this kind of stuff, like the Me Too movement and everything. You know, just like take a look at what's his name, Weinstein, Harvey Weinstein, and then you know, other people like Epstein, and all these people who were doing these really disgusting things behind the scenes for so long, getting away with it. But then it extends into the realm of the normal person. It extends into the realm of a celebrity who maybe is completely blindsided by the fact that someone maybe felt that they were abused or they were taken advantage of when they don't. We just recently talked about the Angry Joe scenario, where apparently Joe went to a convention and spent a lot of time with some girl who never told him she had a boyfriend, so he was under the impression she liked him and he was trying to impress her, and then come to find out at the end she had a boyfriend, and she pushed it as if she felt like she was just trying to hang out with a cool content creator.
It's none of anyone's business.
He tried to take advantage of her, while at the flip side of that, if you look from Joe's perspective, there's really not much to go on there besides she lied to him a lot or told half-truths to basically get into events and stuff. So you know what I mean? Like, it's what I mean. Like, it goes both ways. Like, the cancel culture and the Me Too movement is great because it has exposed people who previously were completely immune to this kind of stuff. Mr. Wizard was guilty of this for 20 years, and only now the truth comes out. But at the same time, you got to be careful, because what happens when it goes too far, or when it goes to stuff that, you know, like right now, people are bringing up Jimmy Kimmel and saying Jimmy Kimmel should be canceled because he did blackface on his Man Show. He played a character, Karl Malone, who was a basketball player. He wore full body makeup to look like Karl Malone, making him look like an African American, and saying he should be canceled for that, which he did in the early 2000s. And it's like, that shit's been out there for a million years. The Man Show was popular. You could buy the fucking show on DVD or on demand and watch it to this day. Now we decide it's culturally wrong to do blackface. Now we cancel him 20 years later? Like, huh? How does that fucking work? You know?
It's Tevin's fault.
So it is. It's a double-edged sword, and it's a slippery slope, because how far is too far when you look at cancel culture, you know? And I don't think I'm the person here to give you the answers. Certainly, I think if someone's been systematically doing things wrong for years and years and years and years, and it's not changed for the better,
say
and
goodbye,
it's not improved, and it's somehow gotten to positions of power because they've been doing these fucked up things for years and years, that's when cancel culture or the Me Too movement or all this can actually be effective. But calling someone out for an action 20 years ago,
I always should win. If everything worked appropriately, I would always win.
Like, if you look at Jimmy Kimmel from the year 2000 and Jimmy Kimmel in the year 2020, he's a completely different human being. He's changed his opinions on things, his political stances. He's a different guy. How can you then say, I'm sure he knows now that what he did 20 years ago was fucked up and wrong, but why you're going to make him suffer for it now?
There's a sick
you know what
motherfucker
I mean? Like,
on the internet called
Super
Hound, whatever the fuck this idiot's name is.
10 years ago. Like, I'm sorry I did it. I really am. I know those jokes might have been harmful. I know those jokes were fucking wrong, and I paid the price getting kicked off of Blip TV for them, and I changed for the better and never did that kind of comedy ever again. So how can you cancel me in 2020 for that when I've actively improved, changed, and showed I'm a different person now?
In any kind of a game.
See? It doesn't make fucking sense. So I would say, overall, cancel culture can have positive benefits, but just like everything else, it's got to be held in moderation, and you can't just use it to cancel anyone who's ever done anything that could ever be viewed offensive in any frame of reference. That's ludicrous. Okay. Sega Genesis 101 asks, given your long history in the gaming community, do you fear Twitch's rules are too strict? Do you see this being a hindrance as a platform to conform with modern PC standards? No. When I first started on Twitch, none of that stuff applied. When I came back to Twitch, I had a little bit of issue because I ran in with a couple of things. Like, for example, there was someone who insulted me, okay, on a stream chat. And I insulted them back and then insulted their physical appearance. And that's against Twitch's rules. And I got the hand slapped for it. All right, on one stream, I was inebriated and I said a word I should not have said, and I got my hand slapped for it behind the scenes. A lot of people don't even know that, but I did. I got my hand slapped for doing that behind the scenes. They all assume I got away with it. I didn't. I got into a little bit of trouble for it because I did that, and I shouldn't have done it. Okay? I got suspended a couple times on Twitch, but in general, I adapted my content and I changed as a person, and I said I'm not going to do those things anymore. I'm not going to take the lowest
You'll not hear any
point,
complaints from me
all right,
now.
if you're an asshole to me in stream chat, go fuck yourself, asshole, and you get moderated. Not go fuck yourself, asshole. Not only click on your profile and make fun of how you look and dig deep. You know what I mean? Like, and the truth is, to be a good content creator, you have to learn that. You have to take something on the chin. Okay, fuck it, brush it off, move on. Don't harp on it all day. Don't get butthurt by every little insult. You know, and I've become better as a content creator abiding by those Twitch rules. I'm sorry, but I don't see anything so horrendously bad in the Twitch rules. Now, some people will argue Twitch isn't fair with the way they enforce the rules, that some people get away with constantly breaking the rules while others don't. Okay, if that's the case, fine. I feel like that doesn't really affect me. I don't break the rules. So not breaking the Twitch rules and putting out the kind of content that I like, I'm okay with. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have an issue with Twitch's rule set anymore. Or I never did, really. It's just that I had to adjust to it. So, you know. And here's the thing. Someone just said, you make fun of how Ninja and Dr. Disrespect look. That's wrong. That's absolutely wrong. What I do is I criticize the strategy they use as a content creator to attract a younger audience, which I feel is immoral. Actually having justification for what you do in a very rational way is different than just off the cuff insulting someone for the sake of insulting them. When I say I think Ninja dyes his hair and kind of looks like a cartoon character to attract kids, all right, that's a criticism of his content creation. That's not me insulting his actual looks, right? There's a difference, and you have to understand the difference there. But that's what I mean. The fact that I can actually criticize people fairly on Twitch, I'm okay with that. You know, I'm okay with that. I don't, you know, no, I can't outright just insult someone blatantly and, you know, about that, but I'm okay with that too. I don't think that there's anything that's so restrictive here on Twitch that I wouldn't want to be a content creator here. That's why I feel when Ninja came out and said, oh, I'm leaving Twitch to go to Mixer because I find that Twitch is too restricted. But then behind the scenes, you found out he got paid a ridiculous amount of money to move to Mixer. He was basically lying through his teeth to try to have a justification for moving. See, you got to kind of take that with a grain of salt and understand that it's a bunch of bullshit, right? I don't have any reason to ever leave Twitch. I like being here. Ryan asks, I read PlayStation would someday have backwards compatibility for old games over the cloud, kind of like PS Now. Do you think cloud-based gaming is the future? Do you think having the physical hardware will always be the gold standard? At one point, maybe you would feel that having the physical hardware was the gold standard because at one point you could just pop a game into your console and play it no matter what. And so people argued that's much better than having an online-only component of a digital game that you have to have online connectivity to play. But in the modern era, you can't even play a video game when you own the physical disc anymore. You have to pop it into your console, it has to install, it has to do day one updates. If you don't have an internet connection, the game won't play. So it doesn't even matter if you buy the physical game anymore. There's no difference between getting it digitally or getting it physically anymore. There's just none. What I would say is cloud-based gaming could definitely work, but as we just saw with Google Stadia, it can't work yet. We need to have better internet as a common denominator of just citizens. You know, right now in the United States of America, you could have a fiber optic connection, which is the best of the best. You could have a very high-speed cable modem like I have for the business level internet, but then you could have a cable modem that has data caps and limitations like normal Comcast customers have. You could have satellite internet that's hit or miss depending on the fucking weather. You could have a dial-up connection. You could have like a million internet connections that are all of variable quality, so you can't depend on internet connection to be stable to have Google Stadia or other cloud services to work right now. So because of that, no, cloud gaming is not possible. Could it be possible one day, 10, 15 years down the line? Yes, and I'll give you a comparison. When the Xbox One was debuting at E3, Don Matrick, who's now infamous as one of the worst guys ever when it came to what he did to the Xbox One launch, basically said to everyone, we're not doing physical discs. It's going to be all digital, all right? And you're not, if you buy the physical disc, you're not going to be able to lend it to your friend. It's all, you need internet connection no matter what. At that point, everyone destroyed him and said, boy, you're off base or whatever. 5, 6, 7 years later, now everything's digital. So the internet has progressed. We've gotten to the point where everything's like that. And now Don Matrick, if he said that in 2020, maybe we wouldn't really be making fun of him as much. We just had a reveal of the PlayStation 5 where there's a version that doesn't have a disc drive. It's all digital. Are we making fun of Sony? Of course not, but we're 7 years later. A lot of the times these things are way ahead of the curve when they're way ahead of their time when they're announced. cloud gaming today is a joke. Cloud gaming in 7 to 10 years may be viable. And then we don't need, you know, everything's in the cloud, right? I guess we'll see. Brian, this is the final Twitter question from Brian. He says, if prices weren't so inflated, what retro console would you want to collect for and why? Actually, for me, it's not a situation of being inflated. It's a situation of the viability of the console.
Stop
the
this!
Dreamcast. The Dreamcast console was so good at its time. It had really good ports.
It's
of
been
fighting
pretty
games,
slow, not gonna lie.
arcade-style games like Crazy Taxi, Power Stone. The Dreamcast was a crazy good console, but it died because of piracy. Piracy alone killed the console, and it only lasted a couple of years before it became obsolete. I would love to get a working Dreamcast with a bunch of Dreamcast games and find a way to capture and play them. But guess what? The Dreamcast itself, sadly, was a console that regularly burned out. I know because I owned, like, a ridiculous amount of them. I owned, I think, like 6 of them over the course of me trying to run tournaments for Marvel vs. Capcom 2. I had a Japanese import Dreamcast.
Fuck you,
I had a
Software.
modded Dreamcast. I
Fuck
had a
you.
standard American Dreamcast. I had a Dreamcast that had a red shell that was painted a weird way. Like, I think I want to say 4 to 5 Dreamcasts over you know, maybe a span of 7, 8 years. Because they all died. What problem is the motor inside would break, or the laser would fuck up regularly. And don't even get me started on the memory card, because the memory card was a little Tomodachi thing, right? Instead of being a standard memory card, it was actually like a virtual pet. And if the battery died in those things and you tried to reboot it, like, you'd lose data. You'd lose all your save data. So it was like really a console that was fucked up to try to maintain long term. So I would love to get like a Dreamcast with a bunch of the top level Dreamcasts
massively strong.
and find a way to capture from it. I know that you could actually do, like, at that point with like VGA out. Obviously, no one can capture from VGA, so you have to find a way to convert the signal to like a HDMI signal, I guess. We'd have to see, but that would be me. That would be the one that I would want. All right. Carlton Jr. cheered. He says, I've always found it weird you didn't like Dragon Ball FighterZ for its constant rushdown gameplay, but you like Marvel vs. Capcom 2. I'm well aware there's zoners in that game, but the majority of it is rushdown. It's a more unbalanced game. In reality, Marvel vs. Capcom 2's high-level gameplay is primarily rushdown, but there are, like, Cable, Sentinel is a hybrid, Storm can be played as a hybrid, and there are keep-away characters in the game that are very viable as well. Dr. Doom, Blackheart, they're not top tier, but they're still playable characters in the scheme of things. Dragon Ball FighterZ is like 100%. I was playing, I played it for 2-3 months. By the time that I stopped playing it, it was like everyone was in your face, constantly finding a way to hit you with an assist. So you were locked in place, and then they would do a crossover, and that was it. You had to either block or die. It was just rush, 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 rush. And I don't like that style of gameplay. I like variety. Super Turbo. My favorite fighting game of all time. There's definitely rushdown characters. Like Vega, Balrog. They're in your face constantly attacking the shit out of you. Then you've got zoners like Dalsim or Sagat. Then you've got hybrids. You've got grapplers. And all of those styles of gameplay are viable. Dragon Ball FighterZ is rush, 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 rush. I was very disappointed because when it came out, at first I felt like maybe
Oh, he was T-posing. He was T-posing. He was glitched and T-posing.
Rushing down, and to me, I lose the fun factor from it when you reach that point. That's the same thing with Marvel vs. Capcom.
I didn't know
3.
that.
The game started off with variety of gameplay and everyone trying to play it differently, and then when it got to top level gameplay, it was just 1,000,000% rushdown. And I lost my interest in the game because of it. So that's why. Alice Telemon cheers. I see a growing amount of reports stating console gaming will have 4K 60 frames per second with the PS5. Reasonable or bullshit. Every time they claim such stats, it disappoints. I will always remain a skeptic at this point because they told us this console generation was going to be full 1080p, full 60 frames, blow your mind away games, and all the games coming out aren't that. We just played Last of Us Part 2, 30 frames per second. So, you know, I don't believe it. I just don't believe it. I'm sorry. All right, so guys, this is pretty much it for Ask the King. I'm going to open up the stream chat for a few minutes to Q&A if anyone has any additional questions they would like to ask. And then we're going to adjourn. All right? Derek, there's not a single game in 2020 I've played that's a Game of the Year contender for me. I'm serious. Because he just said, what would be your favorite, year, or your favorite game of the year? I don't even know. I would have literally have to sit down.
Are you a functional retard? I have to ask.
This game, to this game, to this game, to this game, to this game, and figure it out. And, you know, I don't even know. No game stands out for me in my head. Well, Gary
Can't jump.
did 100 cheer, basically calling me out for very disgusting sexual comments I made about iJustine in 2017, asking me did I ever apologize. To my knowledge, I have. I've said I fucked up. I shouldn't have said that.
See, we have a medical pot here at a Cureleaf dispensary that will protect and cure you of coronavirus.
But it was actually
I find that hard to believe.
2017 together in my stream chat.
I'm pretty sure
I said something
weed
very messed up about iJustine.
does not
I shouldn't have said.
protect against coronavirus.
And I don't know
I'm just
why.
saying.
You know, the only thing I can think of trying
Probably
to
get you really nice
not
and
really
high, though,
justify,
and you don't care about
but
it
figure out
anymore,
why I would have
so.
said that. I was really
Okay.
messed up at that point. If you take a look at that time frame, I had, you know, just broken up out of a long-standing relationship. My future as a content creator was at stake. I was living alone. I was very depressed at that time. And I was just doing stupid shit, lashing out at people for no fucking reason. And there was absolutely no reason for me to say what I said. And I am really sorry that I said it, because I never, ever should have made a comment like that. There you go. Canadian Doink subscribed for 26 months and says, good shit. Okay, thank you, Canadian Doink, for the ongoing support. Sitgo did 100-bit cheer and says, would you replay Remedy, Control, or Quantum Break? So you mean between those two? Oh, wait. He says, did you play Remedy's Control or Quantum Break? I played them both. Full playthroughs up on DSP Gaming you can watch right now. I've played both games. Alice Telemon cheers says, do you think there will be a time you'll be able to stream at 4K or 60 frames? Evolution of bandwidth and maybe future rule changes on Twitch. In reality, that's a major limitation right now. Like, it's Twitch. I can't even consider upgrading because Twitch only lets me stream at 6,500 kilobits per second. The rules still say that's the limit. I'm sure there's big Twitch streamers out there that do more than that. I can't, like, I could right now, if they would let me stream at like 9,000 kilobits per second, I could do 1080p 60 frames. But 4K, you're talking, you'd have to double, triple the amount of a bitrate that they allow. You know, there's no way I could do it at 4K. It's impossible. Carlton Jr. chooses Heavy Rain, Detroit, or Indigo Prophecy. Out of those three, for first time experience of playing the games, Heavy Rain. That was a really cool murder mystery. It was a really cool ongoing murder mystery where it was a whodunit. You didn't know who had done it. You were trying to piece the clues together every time you played it. Indigo Prophecy was a fun game, but it was just fucking weird. The plot was just out there, right? Detroit's a great game as well. I really like Detroit. But I think that the story of Heavy Rain's the best out of the three, and since those are narrative-based games, that's my pick. No, I've never played any dot hack games. Twitter questions, I forgot. What are you talking about? I just did Twitter questions. We're done with the Twitter questions, the ones that I selected. I don't answer every single Twitter question. I pick the ones that I feel I have something, you know, important to say. Like Derek is saying he had a question on Twitter, but I don't really have a good answer for it. So that's why I didn't select that question for the show, you know? Will I be allowing music during the Tony Hawk streams? I mean, if I do, I might get shut down for Twitch, because even Twitch has issue with licensed music now. So I don't know what to do if I play this Tony Hawk collection. I really don't. Would I ever consider checking out Bug Fables, The Everlasting Sapling? If people thought it was a good game and they nominated and voted for it, sure. During like a viewer's choice.
What
I'm not
do
gonna
I
play that on
do?
my own. I don't know what it is. Actually, I don't know. See, Cookie Monster says, do you feel the implementation of progressive and LGBT issues in Last of Us 2 actually held it back from what it was trying to do? For me, it didn't. I don't give a shit that Ellie was a lesbian. I don't care that there was a character that felt that they were out of place.
What do
being
I
their
do?
own gender, and they cut their hair and tried to change their appearance to look like a different gender. You know, I don't care that Abby had insane amount of traits that were very masculine. You know, I don't care about any of that. I've never cared about that shit. That's not a factor at all for enjoyment factor of a game for me. Are there people out there who are bigoted idiots who probably didn't like the game because of that stuff? Absolutely. Was that the mainstream reason that I feel most people disliked the game? No.
Now this
I think
shocks
people actually
me.
have very valid reasons for disliking the game. And what's happened is the defense crew for Last of Us Part 2 has tried to spin every issue that legitimately people have with the game and turn it into, oh, people just don't like games where girls are the main characters. People can't handle a game with LGBT. It's like, that's not the issue. That you literally created a straw man as the issue with the game, when in reality people are all coming out and saying we have issue with the plot for these reasons, and you ignore those reasons, and instead you say, oh, it's just because it's LGBT is why people don't like it. That's not the case. Derek, yes, I remember playing Doritos Crash Course with John, and the reason we played it is because it was a free game.
Are you a functional retard? I have to ask.
Co-op every weekend, and it was just something different, you know? Why do I play the Street Fighter collection if I get mad at it every time that I play it? Well, because I love classic Street Fighter, and my opinion is this: if I have to put up with bad netcode, terrible matchmaking, bad lobby system in order to at least get a few matches every week of good old school Street Fighter, I'll put up with it, because I don't want to forget that awesome time of my life when I was playing those games competitively, and I love those games. All right, not Alpha 3, Street Fighter Alpha 3, meh, but Third Strike as well as Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo. I love those games. I really do. I love those games. And I would play inferior versions over never playing them ever again. Let's see here. Jerry did 100-bit cheers says, while trolling community around you no doubt affect your opportunity as far as sponsorships go, you not believe calling a game of a cocksucker as part of your criticism of games also plays into that. First of all, there's no way to know. There's no way to know that if, for example, I'm going to play Assassin's Creed and I'm going to get a sponsored stream on Twitch, and I play it, and I do my stream, how do I know if that game dev or someone who worked on that game found a moment when years ago during an older Assassin's Creed playthrough I said something over the top like that, and they have issue with that, and that's why, you know, a company might not want to work with me. I can tell you this: that's not what happened, both in the cases of the 2 sponsored streams I've done on Twitch. In both cases, the trolls went and harassed the shit out of those companies online. Those companies then went behind the scenes and talked to Twitch and said, make sure Phil doesn't do sponsored stuff anymore because we don't want the bad publicity on social media because of it. It had nothing to do with me, my behavior, or anything I did in the actual sponsorship opportunity whatsoever. It was 100% the actions of trolls that cost me those sponsorship opportunities. Now, obviously, I have a 12-year body of work, and as I already said on this stream, there's many things I've done over the years that
motherfucker on the internet called Super Hound, whatever the fuck this idiot's name is.
Take back because it's out there public and people have documented it or whatever, right? But I'm still allowed to be on YouTube. I'm still allowed to be on Twitch. I have changed dramatically over the last several years, and there's plenty of content creators out there who've done terrible things in the past, and they get sponsorship opportunities in the present, and I don't. It's not because of what I've done that I don't get sponsorship opportunities. It is 100% the fucked up people on the internet who ruin them for me. Okay? And you can choose to disagree with that, but that's just facts. Okay? Carlton Jr. cheers says, what does Sonic have to do to finally complete Mario? I have no idea. Alice Telemon cheers says, have you ever been near a hurricane or experienced one from a safe distance? I've been in them. We used to get hurricanes all the time on the East Coast where I live. I've been in the eye of a hurricane. It could be pretty scary. Okay? All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's going to be it for today's Ask the King. 3 hours of Q&A fun. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Thanks for watching, whether you were live on stream or you were watching on demand on YouTube. Thanks to those who supported and got us to the tips goal. Much appreciated. Now, the next episode is going to be early September. I believe I set it up for September 10th. It's going to be highly dependent on if you guys post up questions. I'm just being honest. This episode was tough to get through because I had to really scrounge around for questions. The more questions you submit, the better. The thread is already up over on thekingofhate.com for you guys to post up your questions. And in fact, I usually put it in the description of these videos on YouTube where you can just go and post up your next slew of questions. So please do so. If you want to see the show continue, please post up questions, all right? Thank you very much again for an awesome Ask the King. I appreciate all of your input and support. Until next time, peace out, everybody. See you later. All right, guys, that is it for Ask the King. I'm going to upload these videos to the King of Hate vlogs on YouTube right now. And I'll be back later tonight, 6:45 p.m. for the continuation. And chill gameplay come back tonight. Tomorrow, a major new game release in Deadly Premonition 2 on the Switch. So I hope to see you tomorrow for the main gameplay stream. That's going to be a lot of fun. And then tomorrow night, my Throwback Street Fighter stream for the week. So I hope you'll see you then too. That's it, guys. Thank you very much for the support. I'll see you tonight. Peace out. Say goodbye.
fell and lost to the war. Shot me dead, I was lost and sad to the voices in my head. I gotta get up again, I gotta get up to another day. I'm not giving up again. I gotta get up, I gotta get up, I gotta get up again. I gotta get up to another day. I'm not giving up again. I gotta get up, I gotta get up, I gotta get up again. Look into my eyes, my heart beats like a drum. You listen to my lies. Love is far to come. Your love is far. Running at the speed of light, kissing every city light. Calls me in this morning time.